Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act is enabling critical measures to end these illegal blockades and prevent further occupations. We've heard from police chiefs, security experts, and municipal and provincial leadership that it has been essential to the response. We've been very clear that these measures will apply only when and where necessary, and again, these tools are to supplement local capacity, not negate or override it. As soon as these measures are no longer required, we will as soon as these measures are no longer required, responsibility. As soon as these measures.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Can the Prime Minister tell us exactly what powers the Emergency Act is giving him today that do not already exist? I know he said he needed the Act to force tow trucks to tow trucks away, but as he's already said, the trucks are gone, so we don't need tow trucks any longer. What power is needed right now, today, under the Emergency Act that doesn't already exist under current Canadian law?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
After weeks of people being harassed in their neighbourhoods and seeing small businesses forced to close, after billions of dollars were stalled in trade, putting people's livelihoods at risk, after evidence of increased ideologically motivated violent extremism activity across the country, and after a flood of misinformation and disinformation washed over Canada, including from foreign sources, it became clear that local and provincial authorities needed more tools to restore order and keep people safe. I ask all members of Parliament to stand up for Canada this evening.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister talked earlier today about mending fences. He called on Canadians to call their unvaccinated cousin and for Canadians to aim for more decency in our public discourse. I would like to ask the Prime Minister if he would be willing to lead by example and apologize to Canadians that he called racist and misogynist and with unacceptable views because he disagreed with them. I think it would go a long way, Mr. Speaker. Would the Prime Minister rise today and would he lead the way?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the right of Canadians to express their opinions, the right of Canadians to protest peacefully, to disagree with their governments is something we will always stand up to protect and uphold, even with the implementation of the Emergencies Act. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms continues to apply. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, continuing to demonstrate the way Canadians are being there for each other, not harming their neighbours, not occupying cities, but being there for frontline workers, being there to support each other. That has been the story of this blockade and this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the member for Beaches confirmed this morning in this House that I'm not convinced that the Emergencies Act should be implemented after today. I will vote for it, but now because it's a confidence vote. Is it true that you've called for a confidence vote? Will you start an election with this if they don't vote for it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Emergencies Act allows us to take essential measures to end the illegal blockades and to prevent the occupation from starting again. Security experts, police forces and officials have told us that this act is essential. They've clearly said that these measures will only be applied as necessary. These are tools that are in addition to local capacity, and we will cancel these measures as soon as necessary. Thank you. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Many words, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to the Prime Minister carefully, but it's not enough to tell Canadians to talk to each other. The Prime Minister himself has to set the example. When he listened to Canadians who do not think like him, did he take time to call the member for Louis-Hébert in terms of voting for these emergency measures? Will he call each of the citizens that he insulted over the past weeks? It's time for the Prime Minister to walk the talk. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, since the beginning of this pandemic, this government, like almost all Canadians, have been there for each other. We supported each other during difficult times. We were there for small companies and for seniors and for our frontline workers. And this will be the history of our pandemic. It won't be the history of people who are blocking streets and preventing people, other Canadians, from doing their jobs and for living in peace. It'll be the history of people who are there for each other. And it is these people that we will continue to work with for the future. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 2 weeks ago, the City of Ottawa asked for 1,800 RCMP officers so they could adequately resolve this crisis. Last week, they showed that this was actually the correct solution. But even more than 2 weeks ago, I hope the Prime Minister considered the Emergencies Act. But since he didn't invoke it every time there was a protest, I hope he will resist that temptation. But can he now renounce to the use of the Emergencies Act? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we are still in a precarious situation across the country. We're happy to have seen the work that our police forces did over the past weekend here in Ottawa and Gatineau to ensure everyone's safety in the National Capital Region. We've also seen interventions across the country to prevent other convoys from going to places where there are blockades that could be formed. We're going to remain vigilant, but of course, we're all looking forward to noting the end of these emergency measures, and we will be evaluating the situation every day. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I would ask the Prime Minister to identify at least one place in Canada or Quebec that justifies the existence of this act right now. He talked about tow trucks and financing and freezing bank accounts, not for 2 weeks. Well, let's make legislation for 2 weeks, not permanently, if there is criminal actions done with criminal funding. But he wants this to be a confidence vote because he's fearing his own caucus. Can he not admit that these are not the right means to go about this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I would like to note that I appreciate enormously the commitment of the Bloc leader in terms of emergency additional measures that we could debate in this Parliament once the emergency state is over, to ensure that our police forces and authorities do have all the necessary tools so that they can deal with illegal occupation or criminal acts such as this one. For the time being, we're still in an emergency situation. And I know, like all Canadians, that we're looking forward to end these emergency measures as soon as necessary, and we will continue to monitor the situation closely. Thank you.
Member for Burnaby South.
The occupation in Ottawa and the blockades on bridges and borders across Canada has had a severe impact on workers. We know workers in Windsor, auto sector workers, workers in the downtown core of Ottawa, like the Rideau Centre and others, were severely impacted. They lost days, in some cases weeks, of wages that made it even harder for them to put food on the table. The government's announced a plan to support small businesses, but not a plan for workers. Where is the plan to support the workers that have been impacted by the occupation and the blockades?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Leader of the NDP for his support of workers, and I agree with him on that. We have continued every step of the way through the difficult past 2 years we've had to be there for small businesses, for seniors, for young people, for workers, and we will continue to do that. We recognize that on top of the pandemic context, these occupations and blockades have been extremely difficult on businesses and workers, and we're moving forward with measures to support them. This is something I think we can all agree on in this House, to be there for Canadians.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The occupation in Ottawa and the border shutdowns have hit workers very hard. It is increasingly difficult for them to make ends meet. The Liberal government announced a plan for small businesses that are affected by the occupation and the blockades, but nothing for workers. Where is the plan to help workers impacted by the occupation in Ottawa and the blockades across the country. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Leader of the NDP for his commitment to workers, and we share his concerns. And that is why, for the past 2 years, we've implemented historical measures to support workers, small businesses, seniors, and families struggling because of this pandemic. And that is why we're committed to being there for people who need our help because of the occupation of Ottawa. Yes, we put forward a program for small businesses, and we're going to continue to take care of workers as well.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal member for Beaches East York said today in the House, quote, I'm not convinced the emergency measures should extend beyond today, he said. I would vote accordingly, but it's now a confidence vote. It would seem that the Prime Minister is strong-arming his backbench and the NDP to vote in his favour by threatening an election, Mr. Speaker. Isn't that true?
You're right on the Parliamentary Secretary. We'll go with that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker. I think that we all breathe a sigh of relief at the phenomenal work that was done by law enforcement to bring order and peace outside of these doors. I look forward to the vote that's going to be taking place in just a few hours to have this House affirm the powers that were needed to ensure that peace and stability and to make sure on a preventative basis that we do not see a return to that level of disorder.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the blockades have ended. Downtown Ottawa has been cleared. If there was ever a national emergency, which remains in doubt, it's over. So there is no need for the Emergencies Act vote tonight, but it would seem then that this vote tonight is about far more than the blockades and the protesters in downtown Ottawa. It would seem it's only about power. Yes. About the government having the power and setting the precedent that bank accounts of political dissidents can be frozen. Isn't that right, Mr. Speaker?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just highlight how instrumental the Emergencies Act has been in allowing us to address very effectively, but in a manner that is consistent with the Charter, the illegal blockades. And I, too, want to take a moment to express my profound gratitude, and I hope all members in the chamber will say thank you to the RCMP and all members of the law enforcement who, in a very professional, measured and restrained manner, have restored order to the streets of Ottawa and have ensured that we've made progress at our borders. Mr. Speaker, we will only use the powers of the Emergencies Act as long as necessary.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, over the past week, we've heard that Canada didn't need emergency measures to resolve the issue in Ottawa. Thousands of police across Canada were able to solve the situation. This isn't the first time this has happened. However, continuing to impose the Emergencies Act, which doesn't have its place in my opinion, is not necessary. The Ambassador Bridge was cleared without this act. Why is the Prime Minister insisting on invoking an emergency act that Canadians don't want? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Over the past days, we've seen now blockades have been lifted at our borders and in the downtown Ottawa area. I'd like to thank all of the law enforcement officers for their professionalism. The Emergencies Act was key, but we'd like to end it as quickly as possible. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in my hometown of Quebec City, demonstrations took place without the emergency legislation. What was lacking clearly in Ottawa in recent weeks was leadership. The Premier of Quebec does not want the Emergencies Act, and neither do 7 other premiers, but they are imposing this extreme act. Why does the government insist on keeping these measures, even though the premiers don't want it? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure my colleague and all members of this House that all of the measures in the Emergencies Act were used in consultation with all the authorities in provinces and municipalities. We're going to continue to work together with the provinces and territories with advice from police forces as long as this act is necessary, but we will withdraw it as quickly as possible.
For Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, has the government received a legal opinion from either the Attorney General or the Department of Justice whether the emergency powers granted under the Emergencies Act, particularly the power to freeze financial accounts, are consistent with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? And if so, will the government release the legal opinion to the House before this evening's vote?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I am confident as Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, that we have met the standard to apply the Emergencies Act. And as we have stated on many occasions, Mr. Speaker, we are required as a government that any measures that we take will conform with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, including Section 8 rights of search and seizure.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Justice Minister or the Finance Minister. First, how many bank accounts have been frozen under authority of the emergency proclamation? Second, will the government commit that no further funds will be frozen without a court order verifying that a rational connection exists between the funds and the unlawful blockades? And third, will any currently frozen accounts for which a rational connection has not been demonstrated be released forthwith?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the many questions, but I will say at the very beginning that the RCMP have clarified that at no time they've provided any list of donors to banks for enforcement under the Emergencies Act, Mr. Speaker. And with regards to those financial controls which are being exercised under the Act, Mr. Speaker, as we've said many times, those powers are being exercised in a manner that is consistent with the Charter, including due process rights, as well as the right to be protected against any unreasonable search and seizure. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapedia. Mr. Speaker, the occupation of Ottawa is over. There are no trucks left in the streets. The protesters have left. The police are in control of the situation and normal life is resuming. And yet tonight the House will vote on the implementation of the Emergencies Act to address what the government wrongly calls a national crisis. Not only has there never been a national crisis, but there's no longer a crisis at all. Will the Prime Minister immediately rescind his declaration of a state of crisis? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, we have seen progress against illegal blockades, but threats still exist. The Emergencies Act will be key in terms of ending illegal blockades. We received advice from experts and police officials that have said this act is still necessary. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane. Mr. Speaker, this is completely absurd. The Prime Minister wants us to vote for extraordinary measures to get no trucks and no protesters off the streets in Ottawa. And yet if we oppose it, he'll make it a no-confidence vote, so he can call a second unnecessary election in 6 months. But worse than that, what he is demanding means that for the first time in history, the House of Commons would support the use of Emergencies Act to deal with a problem that no longer exists. Does the Prime Minister realize how low a bar he is setting and how damaging a precedent he is setting? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect for my colleague, despite the progress that has been made, there are still risks. Risks in Ottawa, in front of the House of Commons, at our borders. There are a lot of efforts to keep illegal blockades from resuming, and that is why, in the opinion of police forces, we will continue to keep the Emergencies Act for now, and will use these measures with great responsibility, with all the respect due to the Charter. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane. Mr. Speaker, still absurd. Dozens of trucks who have left Ottawa have threatened that as soon as they can, they will return. So how long will the Prime Minister keep these emergency measures in place? Will he leave them in place forever, even if there's no crisis, just in case the trucks come back? Seriously, Mr. Speaker, what is it going to take for the government to realize that the Emergencies Act did not solve this crisis? It was a well-concerted police intervention like we've been asking for since the beginning. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, legislation is working. All of the measures that were that are in the Act are temporary and targeted, and they are going to be used in respect of the Charter. And they'll be removed as quickly as possible. At the same time, we have to listen to the advice of our police forces.
Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, the Finance Minister said at a press conference this morning, and I quote, "For anyone who is concerned that their accounts may have been frozen because of their participation in the illegal blockade or occupation, the way to get your account unfrozen is to stop being part of the blockades and occupation." Well, the blockades have ended, but concerns over frozen accounts has not. Yep. Speaker, what mechanisms are in place today to help those who are accidentally caught in the government dragnet?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to be very, very clear, the RCMP issued a statement today that clearly and unequivocally stated that they have not released the names of donors to the banks and that they are doing their job of targeting those individuals who are primarily responsible for that, including the people who park their trucks illegally on the streets. Mr. Speaker, for any individual, any Canadian who happens to have their accounts frozen by their bank, they should call their bank and find out why.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act allows for bank accounts to be frozen. Many Canadians have told us that they don't know the rules or how long they will last. We must not trivialize this law. It is very worrisome. And even worse, the Minister of Finance wants to introduce legislation to give more power to the banks without a mandate. Can the Minister commit to establishing mechanisms for abusive decisions to help innocent Canadian citizens? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the member, first of all, there is nothing retroactive in the measures we brought forward. They take effect on February 15th. So anyone who, for example, made a donation to a cause prior to that wouldn't in any way be impacted by these measures. Additionally, there is built right into the Emergency Act parliamentary scrutiny and subject to scrutiny by this House, Mr. Speaker, and by the other place. And so the concerns the member that brings forward can be addressed quite appropriately within the existing Act.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, a financial crime expert says the Emergencies Act is a, quote, serious deviation from normal democratic process. A U of T finance professor says banks may be inclined to overreact so as to not run afoul of government. Security and finance experts say there are no suspicious activities or credible threats with protest-related donations. There's no evidence, court order, or due process, and no limits on what direct or indirect participation means. It's already happening to my constituents. So when will frozen bank accounts be up and running again?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the Integrated Command Team, which is composed of the Ottawa Police Service, the OPP, and the RCMP, have been clear and unequivocal. The authorities that have been provided to them under the Emergency Act have been essential to the progress that they have made in getting the situation under control. And, Mr. Speaker, we've also heard from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, that's all the chiefs, the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, and even the Canadian Police Association representing the rank and file, all have been clear and unequivocal. These measures were essential and have been helping them restore order in this country.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, while some MPs are claiming that the threats are now over, Canadians are still living with the impacts of the ongoing convoy crisis. In BC, the Pacific Highway crossing had to be preemptively closed this weekend, blocking commuters, essential workers, and goods. The RCMP arrested 16 people, while other unlawful activity could not be addressed on the spot due to lack of resources. After weeks of failed leadership from the government, will the minister assure Canadians that they are now acting with the urgency needed?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for highlighting one of the ongoing risks that we face, which is a threat to our borders, our trade corridors, which are so critically important to keeping Canadians at work and our economy rolling, Mr. Speaker. That's why we continue to listen very carefully to the advice that we're getting from our police services, who say that the Emergencies Act is instrumental in having addressed the blockades at ports of entry and continues to be instrumental in preventing them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, what happened in Coutts, Alberta is unprecedented. Conservatives are downplaying the severity of what is happening and are pretending that the threat is over. There was a plot to murder RCMP officers by dangerous extremists. Millions of dollars are still coming in from foreign sources to fund these hate groups.
Order, order. I've got the volume as far up as I can, so I'm not hearing the question. So we keep a relative roar when we're asking the question. The member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, what happened in Coutts, Alberta is unprecedented. And Conservatives in this House are downplaying the severity of what is happening and are pretending that the threat is over. There was a plot to murder RCMP officers by dangerous extremists. Millions of dollars are still coming in from foreign sources to fund these hate groups. When will the government bring forward legislation to halt all—
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I do share the concerns of my honourable colleague around the severity of the charges that were laid in Coutts, including conspiracy to commit murder. Of course, Mr. Speaker, honourable colleagues will recognize that it would be inappropriate for us to comment on ongoing matters which are now before the courts, but I also share her concern around the rhetoric and extremism, which we have seen not only in Alberta, but right across the country, which has motivated some of the individuals, Mr. Speaker. We need to be vigilant about that. We need to be sure that we deal with those threats, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the reasons why the Emergencies Act is there to help protect the health and safety of Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, the last 3 weeks have been extraordinarily difficult for the people of Ottawa. Major roads blocked, noise at all hours of the night, people threatened and intimidated in their own communities. Despite the severe economic impacts of the last 2 years, downtown businesses were forced to shut their doors yet again. This past weekend, we saw police execute a coordinated plan that finally removed demonstrators and their vehicles from Ottawa streets. This only came after the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act for the very first time in our nation's history. Can the Minister of Emergency Preparedness explain to this House why the Act was needed to bring this situation to an end? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to thank my colleague for a very important question. The actions of the illegal blockaders at our critical infrastructure, essential trade corridors, and even here in the streets of our nation's capital was causing great and lasting harm to our country, to our economy, and to our citizens. Mr. Speaker, this was clearly and unequivocally an emergency that required extraordinary measures to restore the rule of law, to protect public safety, and to protect Canadian interests and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I want to lend my voice with my government in a word of thanks to our law enforcement officials who did the job we needed them to do and have protected our interests.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, we're at a point of time in Canadian history I never thought we'd reach. Canadians in the nation's capital are seeing fences put up around the street. Police check stops at every intersection, and some Canadians are mistakenly having their bank accounts frozen. Tonight in this chamber, every single member of Parliament will have to rise and say if they agree this is the Canada they want for their kids and grandchildren. My question to the Prime Minister, how did he convince the federal NDP to sell out the core beliefs of Jack Layton and Tommy Douglas?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the member that all of the powers which are being used under the Emergencies Act are being done in a manner that is very proportional, measured and respectful of the Charter, including protections around due process and the right to be protected from unreasonable search and seizure, Mr. Speaker. We're always reassessing the need for the Emergencies Act. We're listening very carefully to the advice that we're receiving from law enforcement, and I want to assure him and all members of this chamber that we will absolutely retreat from the Emergencies Act as soon as we can. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
The minister doesn't get it. Canadians just don't trust him and his government. We have a historic vote this evening. Liberals have desperately tried to justify the Prime Minister's power grab and overreach. We see the leader of the NDP bending over backwards to prop up the most corrupt government in Canadian history. To the Prime Minister, on top of the cost of—
Let me just— that the word of corrupt is something that we maybe can rephrase that a little bit. The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Scandals. We've seen an NDP leader back up a scandalous government we've seen throughout the history of our country to the Prime Minister. On top of the cost of our freedom in his new Liberal emergency state, when will we see the celebration of the Liberals' official coalition with the NDP with the swearing in of a minister? Perhaps next.
The honourable minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we have seen is in another reversal, a party which once tried to characterize itself as a party of law and order have now abandoned all pretext of supporting law and order in this country. Mr. Speaker, when we've heard unequivocally from the Canadian chiefs of police, from the Ontario chiefs of police, from the police rank and file, from the police commanders who are restoring peace and order to our city, who said these measures were necessary and appropriate, frankly, Mr. Speaker, we're used to the flip-flops, but this one's extraordinary.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the trucks outside are gone. The protests are over. There are no more blockades. Yet this Prime Minister is still determined to punish those involved under the Emergencies Act, where there is no due process to protect the innocent. Worse yet, Mr. Speaker, he does this with the NDP's support. When did this Prime Minister lose all respect for the Charter, and when did the NDP lose their way? That's right.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague has now heard on several occasions, the tools that we are using under the Emergencies Act are very practical, very targeted, and very measured. We're talking about designating secure zones. We're talking about choking off illegal funds, which can be used to aid and abet the illegal blockades. We're talking about rapidly deploying the RCMP so that we can restore public safety, Mr. Speaker, here in Ottawa. All of these things the Canadian Association of the Chiefs of Police have supported. The Ontario Association of the Chiefs of Police have supported. The Canadian Association Police, who are the rank and file of police, frontline responders, day in and day out, support the Emergencies Act. When will the party of law and order actually support the opinions of the law and order?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
This party doesn't support the Charter of Rights, Mr. Speaker. It also doesn't seem to understand the continued use of the Emergencies Act for this Prime Minister's political purposes will only further divide Canadians. Now, former NDP MP Sven Robinson said that it's a very dangerous precedent is being set. Why has the Prime Minister not rescinded these emergencies powers today?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the short answer is because we are listening to law enforcement who have given us a very considered view that threats remain to our communities here in Ottawa, to the neighborhoods here in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, who have for far too long been under siege, Mr. Speaker. We're listening to law enforcement about the threats that remain at our borders, where trade corridors and supply chains are vital to the Canadian economy, to keep Canadians at work, Mr. Speaker. That's why we continue to use the Emergencies Act, but we're doing it in a responsible, measured way, consistent with the Charter, and we will sunset the Emergencies Act as soon as we can.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there are increased tensions between Russia and Ukraine, and armed conflict is imminent. We must face facts. Even if no Russian forces have crossed into Ukrainian territory, the country is already under attack. For weeks now, the Canadian government has claimed that it will participate in imposing severe sanctions on Russia if it invades Ukraine. But, Mr. Speaker, the offensive has already begun. Ukraine needs the support of its allies now, not when it's too late. Will the government immediately impose preventive sanctions to dissuade Moscow from following through with this attack? The Honourable Minister.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the honourable member knows, we are indeed ready to impose severe economic sanctions should Russia further invade.
possibly can.
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. Parliament Hill is now cleared. Most of the charges in Ottawa involve trespassing and mischief. Tow truck operators already were compelled to help authorities before the Emergency Act. Our borders were cleared prior to the never-before-used law being activated. Organizations like the Canadian Civil Liberties Association tell us that the government isn't limiting the act to just Ottawa. It applies universally across the country. It does not target just one specific protest and applies to every single Canadian. So going forward, Speaker, how often does the Prime Minister plan to use the tool of last resort as a tool of first resort?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I think even the member opposite would acknowledge that when we see the type of criminality taking place on the streets of Ottawa, when we see the attacks on our critical infrastructure and cutting off vital supply lines into this country, that constitutes an emergency because of the harm committed against our country and our citizens. And Mr. Speaker, we are prepared to do what is required, and we're working very closely with law enforcement, Mr. Speaker, who have the important task of restoring the rule of law to our streets and protecting our citizens and our critical infrastructure. And we will only use those measures as long as they are required.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act is intended to be a last resort to deal with a clear, imminent threat. It's not a sledgehammer to deal with some future unknown crisis. There's no security threat. The streets are empty. The blockades are gone. There's no threat to our democracy. We're here in the House of Commons with the world watching, about to have a critical vote. So if there is no threat, will the Prime Minister end his abuse of the Emergencies Act, or is this just a ploy to ensure that the infringements on Canadians' charter rights and our bank accounts are permanent?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the member would have seen over the course of the last number of days that far from using a sledgehammer, the police have been restrained, they've been patient, and they have been professional in carrying out their responsibilities under the Emergencies Act, which they continue to say is necessary to bring about the end of the illegal occupation here in Ottawa and across the country. Mr. Speaker, there are still risks, but I assure every member in this House that we will sunset the Emergencies Act as soon as we can, and in the meantime, the powers exercised under it will be done in a manner consistent with the Charter.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 3 weeks, law enforcement partners have been coordinating their efforts to end illegal blockades and disruptions in Ottawa and at border crossings. The RCMP have assisted municipal and provincial forces when requested, helping to stop unlawful protest.
We have an appel au règlement.
A point of order. There's no interpretation.
A little trouble with translation. I just want to make sure that the member has his headset selected correctly. I'll give him a second just to make sure it's on his headset and not on the microphones, because it did kind of sound like he was just on his computer instead of the headset. All right, the Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 3 weeks, law enforcement partners have been coordinating their efforts to end illegal blockades and disruptions in Ottawa and at border crossings. The RCMP have assisted municipal and provincial forces when requested, helping to stop unlawful protesters and restoring the freedoms and livelihood of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why is the continued use of Emergencies Act necessary to ensure Canadian livelihoods and quality of life are protected?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent question and for all of his hard work in representing his community. And he will know, Mr. Speaker, why the Emergencies Act continues to be necessary. Because in Surrey at the Pacific Highway, we saw a recent effort to once again obstruct trade corridors, which has a direct and significant impact on the economy and Canadian jobs, Mr. Speaker. And I know that is a central concern for the honourable colleague. I hope it is for all members in this chamber. And I hope that tonight everyone will see fit to support the passage of the Emergencies Act so that we can end the illegal blockades, so that we can get back to life as normal as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I asked a serious question earlier, which the Attorney General did not answer. I asked whether or not the Attorney General or the Department of Justice rendered a legal opinion regarding the public order emergency powers and the Charter. surely his answer to my question was not the sum total of that legal opinion, if it exists. So I ask again, Mr. Speaker, is there a legal opinion, yes or no? And if yes, will the government release it to the House ahead of this evening's vote?
So many NDP members saying we oppose this, but we're going to vote for it anyway.
Yeah, like morons. I'm gonna try to talk less loud or move my mic away. I cannot bring up the audio of the
I
hearing.
recognize the honourable member for the Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members.
So what happens now, Ian? Are they voting this minute?
It looks like they might be.
Motion for confirmation of the guys. Okay, we can bring our mics closer. It's. I mean, but by the way, this has been 3 days of this absolute. All right, we can take this out now. Oh God, yeah, we're gonna take this out. Remove. Wait, I'll just do stop screen. There we go. Why do I still hear that noise? That classical music. Why do I still hear that? Ian, we're gonna now we'll have some time. We've got 30 minutes by the looks of it. Let me just. Does anyone else in the chat hear that? Hear that classical music?
I don't hear it. So
hold on. I feel like this is the stuff of nightmares. I'm gonna turn the volume. Damn it! I'm dense. I can't figure out how to turn the volume down here. Okay, so everyone, just remind me, they're on a break for 29 minutes. So at 8 o'clock, I'll come back. I'm going to put it on pause so we stop hearing this. Ian, how goes the battle, sir? We haven't seen each other since Rittenhouse.
yeah, it's been a while. I mean, keeping on. Still locked in battle with the government over the firearm restrictions, or the firearm ban rather, and that's its own story. It's off in Queen's Bench as we try to have the lower court decision overturned. And there's actually some case law now because a Queen's Bench previously overturned the lower court decision. But it's going to end up at the Supreme Court. I'm pretty sure there's just too many conflicting rulings across the country. And so that's going to be an ongoing battle, but that's where that is now. But I mean, who knows? Maybe they use these emergency powers here to, yeah.
By the way, everyone, my brother's going to tune in. He says at 8 o'clock or 8:20 from Queen's Park, because apparently there's protests going on in Toronto. And I'm going to take a few minutes just to get some Rumble rants on Rumble, because there's been a bunch. Tabithaline says the NDP, aka New Dictatorship Party, will do anything to keep the few seats they have. Also, am I the only one who screams at my TV when MP of Public Safety Marco E.L. Mendocino speaks? I doubt you're the only one screaming at your computer screen, because I think everyone is. We got a chat from T. Villers says, when do they vote and what is your vote prediction? My vote prediction is my vote wish. And I'm very bad at this because I know when my projection takes over, or when I have confession through projection. I know when my objectivity is biased based on my own inner desires. It's why I always lose bets on UFC, because I vote with the person I want to win, not with the person I think will win. My bet and my prediction is that this goes down and Trudeau goes down. But I don't know how that would materialize. Like, do they have to call an election if he turns this into a confidence vote? I don't know. But if this does not go down, Canada has gone down. And someone joked about a bank run. It'll be worse. We got Piers DD says AAA support from down under. And then we got Single T says thank you. So those are some Rumble rants that I can't get to all of them. But Runkle, since the man brought up the MOU, I think I have the correct document. I believe I have it. Select, share, and I'm going to bring it up. I don't know what the layout of the screen looks like. I think this is it. Canada Unity, MOU Bear Hug 2.0, Ottawa, February 8, 2022, for immediate release. It has come to the attention of Canada Unity that the Memorandum of Understanding, herein referred to as the MOU, does not reflect the spirit and intent of the Freedom Convoy 2022. It has come to the understanding that the MOU does not reflect the spirit. Okay, so they're speaking then on behalf of the MOU, of the Freedom Convoy. We represent the voice of many Canadians who desire to have the Charter of Rights and Freedoms upheld. We are everyday Canadians, not lawyers or politicians. Ian, I can hear you. Can you see this properly?
Yep, I can see it.
Awesome. It says, we are immediately withdrawing the MOU as we do not want any unintended interpretations to continue. Our sole desire with the MOU was to have a document where Canadians could peacefully express their displeasure with the current C-19 COVID-19 mandates and express their desire to be free. Canada Unity does not support or encourage any acts which tarnish democratic values held by Canadians. To the over 320,000 original signatories of the MOU, we appreciate your support and will continue to peacefully demonstrate until the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is upheld. The document was created with the sole purpose of bringing the Government of Canada and all Canadians into the agreement that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms should be upheld for all. Canada Unity firmly supports the Constitution and democratic process. We remain committed to following lawful process and upholding freedom of choice. James Bowder and Sandra Brown. Now I'd like to see what the original MOU said. Can I click here? Because it does sound like there might have been something in there that could have been misinterpreted. This is, in fairness and transparency, dated February 8, which is a little bit into the convoy. If anyone in the chat can give me I would like to see the MOU.
I mean, the big thing that I noticed when I don't have the MOU handy, I looked over it at the time, and it's just, these are upset people who don't understand the constitutional framework that we have, which is super common, right? People aren't lawyers, and lawyers are really bad at educating the public about what the law is. And so they're coming in and they're trying to come up with a framework idea of how they would, of what they want. And it's just not possible in our system. So it gets phrased as if it's this attempted overthrow, but it's really, I think, ignorance.
There was an issue. I read the MOU. I just wish I could find it, and take my word for it or go find it yourself. So there was nothing about overthrowing the government. It said, it had a list of demands. There was one document which was not the MOU from the convoy itself, but an offshoot entity, which may have co-opted or whatever the movement, which said, meet our demands or you must resign, which I believe then was interpreted, or I dare say misinterpreted, deliberately or accidentally, by Jagmeet Singh, who then says their intent is basically to overthrow the government, which that soundbite gets regurgitated by the other media that says their stated goal is to overthrow the government. Even in that other offshoot of a movement, it didn't say we're going to overthrow the government or even state those words. It said meet our demands or resign from office.
Yeah.
The MOU itself, I read it at the time. I'm looking through it. I was like, Jesus, it doesn't say anything of what they're saying it says. But it seems that they revoked it for reasons of misinterpretation, and said that we just want the Charter of Rights to be upheld. That was February 8. They declared the state of emergency February 14, a week later. And then they brought in the police on Friday.
And if calling for politicians to resign is, an act of overthrow, tons of protests include people calling for politicians to resign. It's
and also, by the way, the democratic election process, I guess, is an overthrowing of the government when you oust the party in power through democracy. So overthrowing the government itself could be nothing more than the elections. Someone just said, Chrystia Freeland, by the way.
And Trudeau has just said, basically, vote for this, these powers, or else I'm going to overthrow the government and have an election.
Vote. So, but by the way, it's enraging because he says when he declared this, temporally limited, geographically limited. In the week of its enforcement before the vote even occurred, it has now been geographically unlimited, because when you freeze 206 bank accounts of the protesters or organizers, that's not Ottawa or geographically limited, that's national. And then he said today, he said, we need to use this to prevent further convoys from forming. So it went from being reactive to an actual emergency to indefinite preventative of potential future emergencies. And then you have Chrystia Freeland saying some of these requirements for FinTrack, I don't remember what it stands for, they're going to be permanent. They haven't even voted to approve and ratify this declaration, and it's already gone from temporally and geographically limited to national and indefinite to prevent
5 days
the
ago,
risk of
Tamara Leach
future
was
risks.
arrested by the Ottawa police.
Whoever in
we've
my,
got breaking news right
media
now.
doesn't like the
Be sure to
analogy,
like and
too
subscribe,
fucking bad.
and make sure you ring the bell to follow this kind of content. We'll be covering breaking news the entire time. 5 days ago, she was arrested by Ottawa police. Marieke Walsh, a political reporter for the Globe and Mail, she tweets this out 1 hour ago.
She says, breaking, Freedom Convoy leader Tamara Leach has been denied bail by an Ottawa judge. And then she says, the next court date is March 2nd next week. Leach is banned from communicating with other convoy organizers Pat King, Chris Barber, Benjamin Dichter, and Daniel Beaufort, except in presence of counsel for the purpose of legal proceedings.
Let's take yeah, it's huge, man. Let's take a look at Post-Millennial.
There's a substantial risk you will continue these actions and will not abide by an order, the judge told Leach. Your recent history in our city satisfies me that your detention is necessary for the safety and protection of the public. The judge also said that Leach was being guarded and that her attitude was almost to be obstructive. Leach faces a charge of mischief, meaning she faces up to 10 years in prison. The accused is liable, upon conviction, a lengthy term of imprisonment, the judge said. Leach was also instructed not to communicate with other organizers unless in the presence of a lawyer.
Yeah, her court date is March 2nd, her next court date. So that's incredible to me that she is going to be held again. So I don't know what this entails.
A danger to the public.
She's a danger. She's a menace to society. You know what? A lady who loves freedom is a danger to society. So I don't know what this really means for the future of our country, but we're going to be following it. Make sure you like, subscribe, ring the bell. We're going to be covering this up to date. We're going to be deep into it, and I might even head over. I'm here in Ottawa. So you know what? Maybe we'll head over to Quebec, Toronto, Montreal, anywhere, Quebec City, you know, whatever it is. But we want to cover this in its entirety. Hail the chat, hail brethren, and thank you for being with us. This is the War Campaign.
And by the way, I have a what is it? An iron.
Watch this short presentation until the end.
Nobody would know that I'm drunk until that one threshold where it goes from normal to unconscious. But that doesn't happen since I'm 16 years old. Runkle, so so for everyone who doesn't know, I think a lot of people do know you because we met and we all sowed our live stream wild oats. Kids are going crazy during the Ricada Rittenhouse live streams. So you do firearms law in Canada. So you're familiar with the Constitution?
Well, such as it is. I mean, we don't have constitutional protections for firearm law, so all we can rely on is procedural protections, and even those are being undermined. So it's a tough time to be interested in firearms in Canada right now. It's
T. Viller says, when do they vote and what is your prediction? Prediction is goes down. They vote, I think, but it looks like in 30 minutes or in 13 minutes, 16 minutes from now. Pierce DD said, I read that already. My apologies. It is. Trudeau said, don't worry, we're not calling in the military. While they were freezing bank accounts or authorizing, or worse, directing banks to freeze bank accounts in the absence of a court order with immunity.
And didn't he say yet?
Oh, yeah, well, he said time to drink. I don't know if he said yet, but they don't need to say it for us to know it because they're liars. They've lied over and over again. And the NDP, I want everyone to understand this. The NDP are pathological liars and they are shameless opportunists and they're cowards because if they were truly the new Democratic Party, they would take a stand against tyranny and not lick its boots and say, whatever you've been walking in tastes very good. I don't want to lick your boot, but I'm going to do it and it tastes great. Thank you, sir. May I have another? I'm mixing up a bunch of crap here. It's atrocious. They say we don't want to. The government's failure is why we're granting the government emergency powers under the Emergency Act. Let that sink in. I've said it before. When it comes to government is the only business on earth where you get a raise and where you get to expand your powers for your failure to do your job properly in the first place.
There's a concept I describe as punishment ice cream. If a kid is getting in trouble for something you agree with, they punched their bully or whatever else, you take them for, your punishment is we go for ice cream. And the government loves this concept. We screwed up, therefore we need more power. I am not a fan of it in that context. Like the government saying, hey, we can't do our jobs, therefore give us unlimited power is really distressing.
Viva, you are not a sneaky drunk. I've noticed you quite tipsy on it. No, you haven't, sir. That's a lie. That is defamatory, or at the very least, it's opinion. No, you know what the funny thing is? People think I'm tipsy when I'm not even drinking, when I don't even have a drink, which is why it was my decision for a while was to not even to have a drink, because even when I don't have a drink, period, people ask if I'm drunk as a joke because of my general behavior. So I disagree with you, sir. But with that said, I want to bring this one up. Viva, I like your coat. North Face, half price 6 years ago. I don't think they make it anymore. Yeah, no, it's rewarding them with ice cream. We failed, so give us more surveillance. Oh, I've been told from credible sources that they've requested the data access to all cell phones within the red zone of this protest. My question was, red zone when? Because the red zone only became red as of Monday before this Emergencies Act was invoked. Oh. And then we'll have Jagmeet say Trudeau failed while also giving Trudeau nearly unlimited power. Let everyone let that sink in. This is going to be Jagmeet's undoing as much as it's going to be Trudeau.
Well, he's been played beautifully, because if he opposes it, then some of his party will be upset that he opposed it. And if he opposes it, then he gets pushed into an election that he doesn't have the money to run. So he doesn't want to do that. And if he supports it, then there's a lot of NDP members who are just absolutely disgusted by it. I've been talking to a number of people saying, hey, I'm an NDP voter and have been all my life, and I can't do it anymore. So Trudeau's played him beautifully. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place, but he should choose the moral option.
Well, or just the constitutional, the lawful. You'll win votes. The funny thing was, when I ran for office and I went door to door, they said, "Well, my protest vote is Jagmeet. Vote for Jagmeet now." Your protest vote was basically Trudeau 2.0. And the reality, Jagmeet wants these powers. He wants these powers for himself. So he'll say, "I begrudgingly grant them to Trudeau, knowing Trudeau's in political trouble." So that when Trudeau, gets ousted from office, Jagmeet might be able to get those sweet, sweet powers for himself, because Lord knows how he would use them. I want to read this. Since you love literary quotes, here's one from Paradise Lost. Who overcomes by force hath overcome, but half his foe. I love it. I love it, because that's sort of Nietzsche-esque, staring into the abyss. You do not become the monster that you fight. Rob Rochon says, we've got to raise this one here. By the way, I don't think Rob is yelling at me. Some people find it easier to type in caps. Why has nobody talked about Section 1 of the Charter of Rights? The government cannot strip charter rights without proving in Parliament or legislature that their actions are justified. Oaks, dude, I've talked about this ad nauseum, which is why I don't think even the measures that they are implementing, these diktats, these emergency orders, they have not even become law in the first place to even meet the exception provided for in Section 1. Assuming even they go through the legislative process, then they have to meet the Oakes test, which is necessity, reasonability, strict limitations, like it can't be broader than it needs to be. But these never even went through the legislative process. So in my humble, ignorant YouTube lawyer of an opinion, they haven't even met the exception of Section 1 of the Charter, because they are not law. In Quebec, the vaccine passport was never passed by legislation, specifically because, Supreme Leader Legault did not even want to have the debate, because he didn't even want to expose the population to misinformation.
One second, it looks like I got to bring the dogs in, but I'll be right back.
Go for it. Sorry, Viva, the motion will pass between 184 and 187 for 154, 150. Masochism. Let me bring Rumble out, and I'll Runkle, and I'll bring him back in. No, it really is just horrendous. Viva, do you think that the House of Commons should allow live chats to come in? Let them see what people actually want, instead of relying solely on representatives who more often than not get things wrong. The risk with live chats is you can get brigaded from both ends. So live chats tend to reflect the silo in which those chats are occurring. So yeah, here are live chats
Let me please introduce our distinguished speaker for today. Please join me in welcoming Elon Musk.
Hey, I don't think I need to introduce myself, but if you don't know me, I'm Elon Musk. I started...
Definitely reflect the overall sentiment of my channel, of this channel. I wouldn't call it right. I wouldn't call it far right, despite what W5 wrongly said. I'd call it constitutional and freedom loving. But then you go to the Young Turks and you want to get them brigading the parliament, you won't get any more of an accurate representation of overall sentiment than no chat at all. I would love to see it. Nothing's better than seeing a streamer or a politician do a live stream, Elizabeth Warren, for example, or whomever, and then seeing the chat not go the way they thought it was going to go based on the silo in which they live. Democratize everything is my reflexive response. There are risks, however, because democratizing access to comments doesn't necessarily reflect the accuracy of the overall sentiment. It just depends, poll in certain silos, you'll get certain results. Viva, I hope you can come to California someday and enjoy our wines. I love California, but you guys are one notch away from Canada. I say that with respect. I have family in California whom I haven't seen in 2 years. Democracy is tyranny of the majority without inalienable natural individual rights, not up for democratic vote. Well, democracy, it depends what you mean by democracy. Democracy is tyranny of the majority without... Okay, I see what you're saying. Democracy without inalienable natural individual rights is the tyranny of the majority, yes. If you have democracy and you don't respect fundamental rights, where even if they all say, yeah, the three wolves and the sheep deciding what to eat for dinner, put it to a vote, that's not democracy. So agreed. Thank you. At least somebody has to speak for the people. Don't let your country to become communist. No, please, let's pray. Please pray. I mean, I'm not a religious person, but I do believe in positive juju, positive vibes. If this passes, I still think they have to go by the Senate, and then it can get blocked in the Senate. So there's still a second kick at the can of justice. No, making a bet. No, we still have the rights for hunting for now. And Lord knows we might have to hunt for sustenance if things go that far south. Also, Ricada told me to call you both monarchs. You know what? I'm gonna invite Ricada. Dude wants to call me a monarchs. Oh, he can come in the chat and say it himself. No, that's the wrong link. That's the wrong link. How many emails have I gotten since I sent myself this particular email? Gosh darn it. Okay. Boom. Got it. If Ricada comes, that'll be great. The pace is going to be different on these because I can't actually continually. Ricada. Here we go. Let's see if we can do this. Let's see if Ricada gets in here. If you want to pop in after having dared to call me a monarch, period. LOL. Well, that translated very badly on Twitter, and now I believe I'm probably going to be on the watch list. House of Commons website is down. They might have too many people tuning in because of this particular stream. There was a New Zealand chat that I want to see here because I want to see what it said. I'm scrolling through for the Reddit chat. I wish I could see. Oh, you know what? I can't bring it up, but hold on. Charter, same deal. Okay, I'm going to see if I can bring up the chat, but it's from New Zealand. It says John Sukanek.
Tamarolich,
the NDP are missing a huge opportunity here. I already know I'm going to agree with you because you're right. If they defect here, they may not win resulting election, but they would garner so many votes that they would leapfrog the Liberals. No, I would even challenge that. The NDP in my riding was the one that picked up the most defector votes from the Liberals because people were voting protest votes for the NDP, even though they weren't crazy about them. They didn't hate the NDP. At the very least, the candidate in my riding, who I dare say was a very legitimate candidate. I disagree with all of their policies, but she was well-spoken, well-prepared. I want to get her name so that I can actually do her justice. They would pick up Liberal votes. If nobody likes Trudeau, nobody understands it. Let me see if I can bring this chat up. Hold on. I want to get this if I can get it. Nobody likes Trudeau. You remember that show, Everybody Loves Raymond? We'll substitute Raymond for Justin Trudeau and substitute nobody likes, everyone loves for everyone hates. Everyone hates Trudeau. Nobody likes Trudeau. I just saw it. Sukanek, here we go. Nobody likes him. And if the NDP said, this son of a bee sting who triggered an election during COVID and is now triggering one on the threat of a constitutional violation, sorry, sir, you've done this. You are an absolute disgrace. Never vote Liberal again. Vote NDP, because at the very least, we are Liberal light and Liberal constitutional compliant. They would pick up votes. Let me get the candidate. NDP Westmount NDG candidate. Because the NDP, all they want to do is just spend more money. Like here, her name is. Oh, come on, give me her name. Someone in the chat's going to get it before I can find it. People, you're going to have to wait for me to get this. NDP, one match. Chat's going to get it before I can get it. The Westbound Hall organized the debate. Mark Garneau. Yada, yada, yada. Peoples in the audience clapped. The Liberal candidate. Okay, fine. Garneau. Oh, here we go. Emily Elborn Weinstock. Emma Elborn Weinstock. I disagree with the policies because all they want to do is just spend taxpayer dollars for government programs, and that's not a sustainable business model, and it's certainly not a sustainable government model. But, Runkle's back. But everybody hates Trudeau. And if they trigger another election because Trudeau made it happen, that's how you spin it. And you save your damn integrity as a new Democratic Party, because otherwise you're not new, you're not Democratic, and you're barely a party. What you might be is an N party, and that's the Yahtzee party, which I can't say. When does the Senate vote? Okay, we vote should be in 2 minutes. We're going to come back. Let me bring in Runkle. He's back in the house. Runkle, you have big dogs, right?
Yep. The smaller of them, which I call a small dog, is actually fairly medium-sized. The bigger one is St. Bernard Cross, so pretty large. Yeah, I'm not a small dog fan.
I'm not talking loud. Okay, good. No, I was a bull mastiff man growing up, but my wife said no bull mastiff. Okay, we got Daddy Dragon, $20 Rumble Rant says Canadians have the right to keep and bear arms. The USA Second Amendment came from the existing English Bill of Rights and pre-existed the English Bill of Rights. Canadian layers are British. Well, they might in theory, but not anymore. Canadians have English ancient rights, Bill of Rights 1688, to protect the right to petition. What Trudeau did was unconstitutional, unlawful. www.englishconstitutionparty.com. Thank you very much, Daddy Dragon. That's a very weird thing to say. PJWASS says, gentlemen, both of your channels had made me realize that us Americans ought to annex Canada to show your populace freedom. You kid. He says, I kid, but don't kid. Do it. don't do it. Hey, that's insurrection. All right, keep fighting. Here's some foreign funding to help. You jokes aside, now the government's on my back. This is Facts Matter. What is chance Senate votes down? The Senate was the one that did not put to vote Bill C-10, which got past the House of Commons. That was the one to regulate online interwebs channels like they were broadcasters. That passed the House and then got stalled at the Senate, and then they called the election. So it could happen again. It could get shut down at the Senate. Runkle, what do you think?
I doubt it. I think I would love to say that somebody's going to stand up to this, but I don't see it. So far, it hasn't been happening.
Okay, I'm going to say you're wrong. So we're going to see who's right by the end of the night. And Runkle, if you're right, Daddy's going to be upset. You should have joined our American Revolution when you had the chance. BBB Canada on Rumble Rant says it's all about getting to your bank account. It's all about getting to your bank account, nothing more. And I tend to agree, because when they said, yeah, we're not bringing in the military, but by the way, I was there. If that wasn't military by definition, it was military in spirit. Those police were acting militaristic. They had armored vehicles, snipers on roofs, riot gear. I don't care if it happened to be the RCMP and not the military. It was militaristic. And Justin Trudeau, being the liar that he is, will play on semantics. It wasn't the military. It was just the RCMP acting like the military. Skitty T says, Viva, if Canada falls, it comes straight to America. We are ready since we have Second Amendment, but we are hoping it doesn't come to that. Tommy and White. And here's a time where I'd have to say, I don't condone any violence whatsoever. There's no but. I would only say historically, there might be a reason why dictators proceed the way they do to disarm the population and then tyrannize them. And there might be a reason why the U.S. is the last holdout and the last bastion of freedom, for good and for bad, because Second Amendment is a good thing, but it does have risks, and the U.S. has certain gun-related issues that other countries don't. But between guns and knives, and you look to the U.K. and look to Nicaragua and look to Mexico, which have very tight gun laws, gun laws are not the solution to gun problems. That's what a lot of people don't understand. I think, are we back up? Oh, looky, Mr. Well, this just got salty, spicy. Sir, how goes the battle?
It goes pretty well, man. How about you? You guys are dealing. I mean, I'm slaying little drakes, and you're up there slaying dragons. So, that's I stand in awe of your humble man on the scene live streaming. It was beautiful.
It was beautiful, and it was fun right up until the cops showed up, and then I no longer felt safe. Like there were 2 moments where I didn't feel safe, broad moments. One, when the cops showed up, and 2, when I was walking back to my car. When you get out of the crowd of the convoy, and then you get into the population of, sparse with angry citizens who might feel the political permission slip to act out their anger over the last 3 weeks because you got a prime minister saying those people are putting, those fringe minority. That's when I felt uncomfortable, but I'm neurotic. But yeah, man.
No, I think it's reasonable to feel uncomfortable. There's ample history. There's ample history of governments implementing violence to quash distasteful actions from the citizenry. And by distasteful, I mean what the government finds distasteful, which is just minor civil disobedience. Civil disobedience begets violence when it's very unpopular for the people involved. And the government of Canada knew what it was doing. It knows that its actions are unpopular. It has a largely complicit populace and still continues to implement crackdowns on basic human rights and freedoms. And they bit off a little more than they can chew. And eventually, the only way they could resolve it was violence. And that's what they did. State violence against the people. Disgusting to me.
It was, and anyone watching it, like anyone watching it, like where I don't know who the reporters were, but they're broadcasting live, and they see these cops kneeing, like taking a 3-foot wind up with their knee while they're arresting people. And a reporter named Rosemary, I don't know if it was Rosemary Barton, could have been, saying, what we're seeing here live is police arresting people, savagely beating them with their knees to their ribs or whatever. Like, these people, everyone knew they were unarmed, and they were unarmed, and they had been peaceful for 3 weeks, and they're being treated like sandbags. And they say, we're seeing an arrest. No, what you're seeing is assault and arrest, which are 2 very different things, but merged together. Oh, it was no, it's crazy. Now hold on 1 second. Are the vote isn't happening yet? Ricada, how bored do you want to get? You want to see this? You want to see what's going on?
I actually can't stay because I have to get dinner for my family, and I wanted to pop in because.
Thank you for popping in, but so that I will not go live to that for a few minutes. If we get you for 5 more minutes, Nick, first of all, tell everybody. I think everybody knows who you are. Tell everyone who you are, just in case they don't know, and what you've been covering these days. I've been watching. I just have not been able to get in and say hi, but I hope no one took it personally. What have you been doing, and how's life?
I'm Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. I run the YouTube show Ricada Law, now available on Rumble as of yesterday, rumble.com/C/Ricada Law. And what I've been covering lately is a trial of a guy named Curtis Reeves. He shot a man 8 years ago, allegedly over some popcorn in a movie theater. That's been the media narrative for 8 years. And as we've watched the trial, that narrative is kind of broken down. So it's been interesting to watch that develop. And it's starting to look a lot more like a justifiable self-defense case, but we still have a couple days to go. I do live trial coverage in the daytime, and at night we do a spicy live stream with jokes and memes and law all mixed into one thing. And with that, I do have to say, I did call all Canadians monarchs the other day. I did do that.
It's not a bad term. I don't expect it to go on a shirt. I'm going to stay with the vlog. But if anyone's doubting the sauciness of the night streams, Ricada goes from midnight to 3 o'clock. Then you go onto Twitch. Then you do the daytime. Are you still doing Twitch, right?
when I'm doing the early morning trials, I don't do Twitch at night. So because it's just there needs to be a little sleep in there.
As it is, I think I don't know how you do it, except just analogizing. You have a big family, so analogizing it to my upbringing, I think my dad spent more time than not at the office to get away from the family. Nick, before you go, just say hi. I'm gonna pop my brother in here.
Oh, hey,
this is my blood brother, Dan.
Oh, hey, guys.
What you
Hey,
look like
Dan.
you're gonna do something bad. Don't do it, Dan.
Heaven forfend. Heaven forfend.
Oh, yeah,
You guys wanna go
got to be
forward?
careful. He might donate to the wrong person. Very evil terroristic acts up in Canada.
I'm actually downtown Toronto right now.
Okay, we're gonna get to you in a second, Nick. I'm gonna thank you first of all, everyone. It's Rekieta Law. Spell your well, it's Rekieta. It's right there. REKIETA Law. They are the sauciest, the most amazing. It's like Howard Stern, but funny and law, and not political and stupid like Howard Stern has become. And then during the day, we all did. You know, it was a beautiful thing that happened with Rittenhouse, and you've been doing it with the other subsequent trials, and it's been fun to watch and amazing. So,
yeah, thank you.
Tune into Nick. Find Nick on the social medias. Nick, thank you very much.
Thanks, Vivo.
I'll see you soon.
Good luck and Godspeed up there in the cold north.
You'll know what happens based on whether or not you see me sobbing and running naked down the street. We'll see what happens.
All right. Bon chance.
Have a good night. Hey, his French was actually quite good. Dan, don't drive everyone crazy. Turn your camera the other way.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
From my perspective,
there you
That's
go.
better.
Don't ever do that again, or you never come back.
I was surprised at how good his French was.
Well, I think Rekieta actually studied French at one point in high school. Dan, so hold on. Let me just see. I'm going to go back and share. No, you know what, Dan? Tell us what you're doing and what's going on.
now I just well, first of all, it's Family Day in Ontario, so I figured what better way to spend family than with my Toronto, Ontario family and my brother, and Runkle.
Nice to meet you.
And also, what's going on? I don't think people are aware of I wasn't aware of the amount of street closures in Toronto, still, for 3 weeks. I mean, I heard kind of, but now I'm actually seeing it, and it took me a bit of surprise. So
I've been told that the vote's going on. Dan, it's very interesting what you're saying.
yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Okay, go
None of a beast.
to the vote.
And we're gonna rage. We're gonna rage, people, against the damn machine. Share screen. I hear it. Oh God, I'm gonna puke. Here we go.
Mrs. Block. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Williamson. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Aboutaif. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Deltel. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mrs. Stubbs. Mr. Shields. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Monsieur Lou. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dotto. Mr. Cram. Mr. Kurek. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Van Pupta. Mr. Ruff.
My stomach feels nervous.
Mr. News.
I feel the same.
We know where this is going. I mean, what's the
Mr. Poiliev. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Madame Normandin.
Yes, people, I screwed up by missing the intro. Who's voting right now? If people can tell us.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
It's got to be the against side.
Michaud.
Is there a place where we can see the number? Get that off here. Sorry.
Monsieur Perron.
Just theater for the masses. I didn't mean to bring that up.
Monsieur Champoux.
Against. They're voting against. Okay, fine. Good. Thank you. Nays. Good. But who's counting? They don't have a tally?
House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I'm gonna leave it up, people. I'm just gonna minimize the screens. I'm actually gonna puke. I'm not saying that to be funny. No, I just did the wrong one. Okay, I'll figure this out eventually. I'll bring it back when they come. Does everybody still hear that music?
Yeah.
Now we don't.
Wait.
Oh, there it's gone.
Okay, I'll bring it back. I can see it now. What the fuck is going on? They're voting. So that appears to be the nays. And they are also going to have digital voting because apparently there's people that are not there. I wish you and I were there to vote against this garbage, David. I wish. I wish. I won't sing too much of it. It'll get me copy striked. Tom McDonald, I Wish. One of the best songs ever. 75 against. That does not include digital. Okay, you know what? I shouldn't bring that up. I don't know if this is true. So, Dan, while we're waiting 5 minutes for the digital voting, what's going on with you?
So, well, I'll just tell you. So the streets are closed. Like, there's a big police presence still in downtown Toronto between all the way down Avenue. Call it University Avenue, all the way down to Dundas. So a lot of the roads are closed. I don't know where that. It makes getting to the hospital for patients actually pretty tricky. I saw a guy earlier who couldn't actually get his 10-month-old daughter because, there's no access. So it's weird stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I'm an idiot. Okay, so we'll figure this out, people. Trial by error. They're showing us who voted for and who voted against. It's not like Star Wars music. They should put Starship Troopers music on. Just remember everybody who voted for.
What is the Imperial March is suitable for this.
Dum 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 bum 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 bum.
What's the countdown?
Electronic voting. So they're right now. I guess we're seeing who's voting electronically.
Okay, I'm gonna log back in a bit. I'm gonna go walk around and see what's going on. I'll give you the update.
Yeah, stay out of trouble.
I'll try.
Remove. This doesn't look good.
Yeah, no, there's too many NDP willing to support this.
Can you imagine the glee that Trudeau's going to feel if... Well, this is just the House. This is the House, right? This is not the Senate yet, so there's still the second kick at the...
Yeah.
Canada can't disagree. I cannot disagree with that. I'm not even saying it to be funny anymore. Well, one good thing is that there was a National Post article. Let me just... I'm not going to bring it up because I don't want to screw things up here.
Well, and the BQ get a lot of flack out here, in Alberta, but at least they're standing on principle on this one.
They're taking them to court. It's great. Can you imagine the... I got nothing good to say right now. Let me just... There was an article in the Globe and Mail that said RCMP banks and Ottawa say convoy protest donors won't have accounts frozen after viral tweet says otherwise. Thank goodness for. Then I got
we'll see if that actually takes place because
yet it did not say yet. 5 hours ago, and I can't read it because I don't pay to watch or read fake news garbage. Oh, I don't feel good, Runkle.
No, I have some real concerns here, and honestly, when I see the NDP door knockers come to my door and say, "Hey, will you support us?" I'm going to have some serious conversations about, "Hey, what happened to your principles?"
Can someone confirm if Lightbound, after his passionate speech, actually voted yes? Can the chat confirm that? God can't save Canada if Canadians and Canadian politicians don't want to save themselves. There's the old expression, God helps those who help themselves, and it's not from the Bible. I don't know where it's from. God helps those who help themselves, and he did. It just said yes. Okay, so Lightbound is a flaming hypocrite. A flagrant hypocrite. Like flaming is in the... I'm not getting red-pilled right now. I'm beyond red-pilled at this point. A flagrant, outrageous hypocrite. You got Knight of the Knives. Yeah, no, that's it. What a liar. Hey, Lightbound, what good are all the riches of the universe when you have sold your soul? Let me just get the actual quote. Let me get the actual quote. Lightbound, you're an awful person, and you should know this. You're a hypocrite. You're a coward, and you're a very, very bad man. You make a nice passion speech against Trudeau, and you just voted to ratify that. So that makes you a liar and a hypocrite. Congratulations. Enjoy your legacy. That will be your legacy. What good are all the riches of the universe for he? So it's Jesus from the Bible. What good are all the riches of the universe for he who has sold his soul? Something along those lines. I'll see it in the chat. No, Dan's out. Dan stepped out for a second. This is depressing. It's depressing. I'm going to go back to Rumble and just read some Rumble rants while we witness. I'm not. It's like I want to be funny and I want to be.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. I will invite members who encounter technical difficulties to identify themselves. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Zurowitz.
Mr. Speaker, my app has asked me to confirm that I have voted, and I vote yay.
She's so happy. They just give themselves more power. She's so happy.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais voter oui pour la motion.
Okay, well. Mr. Morris.
Mr. Speaker, I had issues with the app. I will be voting nay contre.
Yeah, cheering doesn't do anything, guys. The Conservatives have brought this into Parliament.
Madame Wagenthal.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I would like to confirm
Yay.
that I voted nay.
Who is that?
Against Colt. Mr. Hoback.
He was liberal.
Mr.
Lightbound.
To confirm that I voted no.
Does that count? You have to say nay, sir. Don't give a thumbs down.
I think they'll count the no.
My vote was recorded as a nay.
It's not funny anymore. It's not fun.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Mr. Fast. Against Colt. Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure you know that I vote no to this motion.
Mr. McLean. Against Colt. Monsieur Singh.
Oh, Jagmeet.
I vote for the motion.
You're an awful politician and a person, Jagmeet. You're a very, very bad person.
Ms. Thomas.
Disgusting is what it is. Let me get the
Mr.
vomiting
Speaker,
emoji because that's exactly what this
My vote
is.
is no.
Jagmeet Singh just voted to support
Ms.
Justin
Goodrich.
Trudeau, the incompetent, divisive leader that he is, which makes
Thank you, Mr.
Jagmeet Singh
Speaker.
an incompetent,
I would like
divisive
to
leader.
confirm that my vote is no.
Jagmeet Singh, may you live forever with your betrayal of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to confirm that my vote was cast as a nay.
It is registered. Mr. Redekop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just too want to confirm that my vote was cast as a negative nay.
Your vote was registered as nay. Mr. Stewart.
Jagmeet could have saved his soul, but he didn't.
Yeah, no, that's
Mr. Stewart.
his principle appears to be
Okay, maybe we'll go back.
convenience. That's
Ms.
it.
Kwan.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My voting app was not working, and I vote yes.
Ms. Kwan, 4. Ms. Gray.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
That is confirmed. That is confirmed. Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to confirm that my vote was a nay.
A lot of nays by digital, but we'll see if it adds up to anything. I think it's
over and done.
Confirm that my vote was nay.
It is confirmed at nay. Mr. Stewart.
Can you hear me?
Go for it.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? We can hear you.
Anyway, thank you. Anybody else?
Shut up, you buffoons in Parliament. Destroying our country as we're watching live. We're not watching the Berlin Wall come down. We're watching a digital Berlin Wall go up right now.
And they're also proud of themselves.
185, 185. Nays, contre, 151, 151.
I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to file with you pursuant to Section 59 of the Emergencies Act, a motion to revoke the Prime Minister's emergency declaration that was proclaimed last week.
Yeah, clap. It'll look good. You just ratified it. You think they're going to revoke it right now? I like Candace, but this is theater.
Signed by more than 20 members of the Conservative Party.
The Government House Leader.
I mean, it's worth at least doing the theater to show that, you know, get everyone's names down as who supported this.
The House order, the House would adjourn after the vote, Mr. Speaker.
Look at this, the tolerant Liberal Party shutting down a woman speaking. Yeah, look at that.
I'll let her finish, and then we'll finish up.
Consider the matter at the next sit-in week. I say this to all Canadians, that Conservatives will continue to use every tool at our disposal to end the Prime Minister's abuse.
Yeah, bull crap. You Conservatives enabled this from the beginning under O'Toole, so have fun now with the turd sandwich you've made.
Are we done? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to take the time to thank the staff who stayed over the course of the weekend, the clerks, the House administration.
These guys are so happy. They just gave themselves all the powers in the world.
But I think we should
He'd like to thank the
people who
staff.
serve this place for their incredible service.
He'd like to thank for their incredible service. Yeah, clap, you buffoons. Clap. This is it.
No.
It being 8:23 p.m. pursuant to the order made Thursday, February 17th, 2022, the House stands adjourned until Monday, February 28th, 2022 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1.
It dies with a thunderous applause and then music.
Yeah.
So, but just so everybody understands, like, this is not to spin anything. That's the first half. Now it goes to the Senate. I don't know when it goes to the Senate. When does it go to the Senate? Unfucking believable. I mean, that's it.
Yep. And now they've got all these powers to use against their opponents.
You think they're not going to go out and deliberately use this to try to shut down every donor, every politician, every affiliated individual to the PPC? Well,
we'll see.
They wouldn't do that. He said he would respect the Charter of Rights while he invoked the Emergencies Act.
I mean, he says lots of things.
Wait until I'm gonna pull up some jokes which are not gonna be funny. Bank run. Look, the funny thing is, like, when Hillary lost, and you had Akila obviously doing her live stream or her video and like put it together, like, oh, we thought we would win, and they were devastated when. I appreciate how people are devastated when their team loses. When your team is the Constitution and it loses, it's not your team, it's everybody. And I'm not saying this to be hyperbolic or this is what do you think anyone in America or internationally is going to think of Canada now? Do you want to do business with the Canadian banks who can force you to disclose and freeze accounts of people without a court order with immunity? It hasn't gotten there yet. It's still got to get past the Senate. I'm going to try to Google when that happens. But this is we're virtually done. And hey, tyranny this time came under the name of liberalism.
Yeah, it's terrifying to watch, and terrifying to see just how many people have flipped on their entire principles. You know, the principles they claim to hold dear, and you know, just because they're afraid.
Stefano Ducati says, David, Ian, BC bailiff, do you think there's any chance the Senate will crush this? There's no, I don't think they'll crush it. What's the I don't know what the demographics of the Senate are, but there's a chance they'll reject it. So one last shot, but crush it? No. This doesn't need to be crushed. This just needs to be, democracy. The Constitution needs to be preserved. I'm going to get angry, but I'm not, and I'm not trying to be funny about any of this. This is not funny anymore. It's not funny. The bank run, not funny either. You know, don't worry. They're not freezing the accounts of donors. Like the abusive husband says, don't worry, I'm not abusing our kids today. It's just you tonight. But don't mouth off too much, or your kids are next. And I'm not trying to be glib or insensitive with the comparison. That's what this is. This has been an abusive relationship with the government for 2 years, and they have now usurped our constitutional rights. And while they're doing it, don't worry, we'll respect your constitutional rights. We're respecting the charter while we violate the charter. We're not freezing the accounts of donors yet. Yeah. We'll see if and when. Justin, who's the guy? Lightbound, you've signed. Whatever happens for the rest of your life, I hope you're watching this. He's not watching this. I hope you see this highlight. You have sold your soul and your principles. You gave a nice impassioned speech, and you talked very nice talk in your speech where you criticized Justin Trudeau and what he was doing to Canada. Congratulations, you just ratified it, you gosh darn hypocrite. And enjoy your legacy. This will be your legacy. You will be irrelevant in 10 years' time, but you sold out your country supporting the tyrant that you criticized in an impassioned speech 2 weeks ago. And may your family live with the diametric opposition of what you said and what you did, because you talked big and you acted cheap, like a prostitute, like a government prostitute who has been pushed into a corner. This is why I'm not sure how I would do in politics, because Lord knows what pressure tactics they imposed on this guy to make him turn so 180 degrees from his impassioned criticism of Trudeau to his support of Trudeau.
I've had people say, "Oh, you should go into politics," and I would not last, because whatever party I was on, if they're like, "Hey, this is a whipped vote," I'd be
explain what a whipped vote means for those who may not know.
So yeah, if you're not familiar, if a vote is whipped, and this one was, if you vote against the party lines, then you're out of the party, and that means you're not getting reelected. You're going to be out. But if they'd be saying, "Hey, this is a whipped vote," I'd be sitting there saying, "I don't care, tough," and I'd get kicked out of the party in about 8 seconds. So, yeah,
I love this. It's the most beautiful, sweet, innocent avatar with the most cryptic message that you can possibly imagine. Your wonderful brown eyes and your nice hair, not as nice as this. How does it feel to know that Klaus Schwab runs?
Get $300 when you switch to RBC. That's RBC Vantage.
Canada now. Doesn't feel good. When is the Senate? Sorry, I wanted to bring this up. When is the Senate vote? I don't know offhand here. When is the Senate voting? I don't know. I don't know. So they had to hold the. I don't think they had to have held both votes within. Can you imagine what Justin Trudeau's? He's sitting in the room right now, saying all of my gambits have paid off, and I am now the Führer 1933. Whether you like the analogy or not, and you can criticize me, and I can tell you why you cannot criticize me, and I don't believe that reason. You can criticize me. He's the Führer now, literally. 1933 Reichstag fire, invoking the Emergencies Act to suspend democracy. I have no doubt the Führer, in his persuasion, in his, what's the word when you give a good speech and you convince people, you are
charismatic.
Yeah. I have no doubt in his charisma. He said, this is for your own good. This is for your own safety. We are usurping your freedoms for your own protection. Only one party I have faith in, and its color is purple, but they don't hold any seats. I thought you were going to say God, Jeremy. And I was going to say, I don't believe in an organized God. I just believe in maybe a higher power. But this is it. It's over. I mean, wonderful. And now imagine the orgy, the ecstatic, orgasmic orgy of the CBC Global News. They literally came in. I want everyone to understand this. They literally came in and they stomped indigenous grandmothers with horses. They need Afghanistan veterans and then handcuffed them for 2 hours in the freezing cold, drove them outside of the city and dumped them off like trash. They abused, they deployed tear gas, they deployed stun guns, and I was there for 2 of them. They did all of that to preserve democracy by invoking the Emergencies Act to interrupt democracy. And the whore politicians, the whore media, whore being a polite way of saying media, who are paid by them, are going to rejoice now. After having done all of this, we broadcast it live for you to see. I'm going to go to my Twitter. We broadcast it live for you to see. And after you saw it, and after all of these politicians saw it, they voted to ratify the declaration of this tyrant, racist, misogynist, twice ethics breaching, corrupt, liar, divisive politician. And Justin Trudeau is probably going to go to bed now thinking he is. Hold on. Let me bring this up, please. I'm just going to do this. It's not funny anymore. Everyone thinks like, okay, it's great. Oh, here's Pierre Poilievre on the street. Well, actually, you know what? I don't even know what this is. Let me see what it is. This is not. What can someone get the quote? What good are all of the wealth of the world when you don't have your integrity? There's no more jokes tonight. It's going to just be unpleasant.
Yeah, no, it's
Sure.
it's
Runkle, are we on
terrifying that this went through.
No, and just like that, it went out with a fizzle. Are we I can't see. Are we 2 small squares on the left? Oh, Ian, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are we 2 small squares and you see this?
Yes. Yeah.
Whether
Here we go.
In mere moments, members of Parliament will vote on whether.
Oh, hold on.
In mere moments,
It's
members
over.
of Parliament
It's over, Pierre.
will vote on whether to apply the never before used Emergencies Act, giving government unprecedented powers to crack down on your freedom of expression and even freeze your bank account.
Maybe
if
you should not have
donated to a
posted this
political
after
cause
the
that
vote,
they
Pierre.
deem
Just throwing that out there.
to violate their objectives. I'm against this bill.
Good.
So what's it really here for? Well, the Prime Minister said that it's to halt the blockades. Well, the blockades ended at the border crossings across Canada before he even announced this act.
All very good points.
He went on to say it's
police,
because
by the way.
truckers
Just
were
check that
parked on
out.
streets in front of Parliament Hill. Well, as you can see, there are no more truckers parked here. In fact,
Let me just stop it there. There's no more kids playing on bouncy castles, and there's no more posters of freedom. There's no more trucks saying "Freedom, we love Canada." There's no more. I didn't see the hot tubs. I don't know what that person was talking about. Hot tubs. But yeah, I was there 3 days ago, and had never felt so much patriotism and love. And now it's good. It's only police.
downtown Ottawa has never been more tranquil than it is right now. So with things being so peaceful enough for me to stand right in the middle of this street.
It was peaceful enough for you to stand on that street for the last 3 weeks. Maybe you should have done that, Pierre. Maybe you should have actually bit the bullet and done what you're doing right now a week ago, Pierre.
What is the real agenda in giving government these extraordinary powers?
Here's the spoiler alert. I don't know what he's going to say. Freezing your goddamn bank account without a court order with immunity. Maybe it's that, Pierre. Maybe. Let's see.
The agenda, of course, is the same as that Justin Trudeau has had from the beginning of the pandemic, and that is to use crises and fear to take more power for himself. Powers neither he nor any other politician has any business deploying on a peaceful citizenry. I will
You know what?
oppose
Hold on a second. We're going to do this. Yeah. You're a little late on this post, Pierre. And GIF, and I want things you should have said yesterday. Let's see if that comes up. Here you go. You know what? No, I'm sorry, because I already knew it. Thanks. Just reply. Okay. There you go. You just saw a tweet in real time.
This bill, and as Prime Minister, make sure such abuses of power never repeat themselves. Instead of this bill, what we really should do is remove other restrictions, get rid of vaccine mandates, and allow our.
He's going to talk about the freezing of bank accounts without a court order with immunity.
Canadians feel like they've lost control of their lives. It's time.
They don't feel like they've lost control of their lives. They've lost control of their lives because the government has it and can arbitrarily say we've frozen your bank account because we directed the bank to do it. And whoa, we've also immunized the bank from any civil lawsuit.
Time that we gave them back. And let's work together to make Canada the freest country in the world.
If I'm watching this and I don't know who this guy is, I'm saying he's controlled opposition. And I don't believe in that term. But thanks, Pierre. I've been following you for a while. Your leader and your party allowed this to happen.
In the meantime, sign my petition to reverse the Emergencies Act and reclaim your freedom.
Okay, that's nice. Freedom lost, by the way, can never be reclaimed. I'm just okay.
I mean, even when they undo this, it will be that this,
It's
you
the
know,
new
this
precedent.
door was opened.
It's the new precedent. It's like impeaching Trump twice. What was hitherto the most sacred of all constitutional measures has now become Skittles. Here's one for you. Do whatever you want. All right. Well, I'm sick. That's it. I'm just gonna see what I got. Messages coming in from lots of people. Someone says truckers haven't all left yet. Okay, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The truckers staying there now are risking no gain for all loss. That's the reality.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Joel Lightbound. So I've got a tweet saying, "This is Trudeau telling Joel Lightbound and any other possible Liberal dissenters that they'll be in big political trouble if they vote against the Emergencies Act." If you don't have courage, don't go into politics. If you don't have principles, don't go into politics. And the problem is that people without courage and without principles go into politics. All right, man. Thanks, Grey Wolf. I'll go get some Rumble rants. This is going to be. You may call this like the Hillary Clinton lost party, and I don't care. This was never about me, and this was never about. Chris Rumble says a Rumble rant because we kicked YouTube's ass tonight. That's Chris Rumble, who I believe is the CEO. I don't believe he is the CEO of Rumble. Chris, thank you very much. And yeah, well, Canada's done for now. But don't worry, guys. Trudeau said he's going to respect the charter while simultaneously not respecting the charter by implementing the measures of his act before it was ratified, because he suspended ratification because of the emergency, which doesn't exist anymore because it's not there. Daddy Dragon says Canada needs to kick the British out of Canada. Learn from your real history. British attacking freedom and building the Berlin Wall. Free Canada, free England. Beowulf 99 says so sad, and one by one, the lights of liberty go out across the land of Canada. Zerosifer, I know you from YouTube on Rumble. Thank you. Well, time to get refugee status. U.S. is bad, but still more freedom there. Yeah, except unfortunately, to even travel to the U.S. as a foreigner, you need a certain status, and gold and silver. Yeah, I'll be contacting the coin shop tomorrow. I mean, you can't go wrong. Buy a nice coin, a nice, beautiful coin. Not like my tetradrachma from Greece is going to be of any good. Thomas X. Hatfield says, oh, here we go. House of Commons votes along party lines 185 to 151 to freeze bank accounts based on political views. OPC, Liberal Party of Canada, and NDP, New Democratic Party, traitors and violators of the oath. But enjoy your title of New Democratic Party, you fascist dictator. We'll call you the new. I want to say the N of the Yahtzee Dictatorship Party. Only the CPC and Bloc vote as though they value individual liberty. You know what the problem is? The Bloc allowed this to happen. The Bloc supported these measures for a long time. So did the Conservatives. So they may have made the right decision now. They empowered. They fed this plant of the little shop of horrors, and Justin Trudeau is the plant. They fed him the blood to let him get this big, and so they're saying, okay, well, no more, but too late. It's already beyond your control. Thomas X. Hatfield says, I got that already. Well, time to get refugee status. Okay, we got that. And University alum. Liberalism is always followed by totalitarianism. I've been fighting it for decades in America, preaching to them. You have no idea the self-sabotaging effort you're fostering, relinquishing sovereignty. And on Rumble, I'm just going to refresh it just to see what we're at. 33,000 watching. It's nice. Okay, well, 70,000 people are watching the end of democracy in Canada. But no, I'm sure Trudeau will relinquish these powers that Chrystia Freeland has said now are going to become permanent. Ronald Reagan, the most terrifying words from the government. I'm here to help. Oh, I'm from the government here to help. Yeah, you know what else he said? You're never more than one generation away from a total loss of freedom, and we're there. No, I'm losing hope, Sparty. I'm losing hope. Viva, don't lose hope. Think of the USA civil rights era. Freedom fighters spent over a decade. Those freedom fighters now would be qualified as domestic terrorists, have their bank accounts frozen, have a file put on them, have the RCMP go after them. You know what? The civil rights era would not have been able to succeed in Soviet Russia or Nazi. It would not have been able to succeed in Nazi Germany. Sorry, just facts. But thank you for the chat, and we'll try not to get too depressed. Sorry, Ian. What else do you have to say if we're not going to do this?
I mean, you're absolutely right that they would have used these powers against things like the civil rights movement. You know, letters from a Birmingham jail was written from a jail because he was breaking laws, and says, "Hey, you guys who are criticizing me for breaking laws, what else do you think is going to happen?" Yeah, we've gotten very good as a society at making protest ineffective, and this is you don't have to agree with a protest to think that it is concerning that this is a direction we're going. All the people who are cheering this now will be at some point in the future probably upset when these principles are applied against somebody they agree with. It's
protests in the streets. They've just empowered the government to freeze the bank accounts of any prospective protesters. In the streets. Hey, if they declare you're blocking the traffic, photograph, freeze your bank accounts. Trudeau just took a big turtle on the Constitution in the worst possible way.
Well, I mean, they said, "Hey, you should have protested right. Don't block the streets, don't anything."
When we said the protest was over, you should have gone home, because that's how it works.
Let's say you organized a new protest. You're saying, "Okay, we're going to stay off the sidewalks. We're going to, play nice." They'd start shutting down bank accounts to prevent it. It's real concerning.
I'm gonna take myself off mute. Can you imagine anybody thinking they're going to invest in Canada now? Like who would invest in Canada? Who would invest in Canadian banks? Who would invest in Canadian real estate? I mean, that's like Americans went north to avoid the draft 50 years ago. Time to return the favor. Political, except you still need to be double vaxxed to cross the border back into the States. Viva, see, you have already quit. Shit. Zeke 25:17. I'd like to know what verse of the Bible that is. At some point, I'm not going to quit. At some point, I'm going to pivot. and I'm going to shift, and I'm going to fight maybe from somewhere else. It's I don't know where you live, Zeke. By the amount of your donation, you look like you're in the U.S. So you're telling me I've already quit in a country where if I continue fighting, they'll just freeze my bank accounts. So what shut me down, cancel me. Like, oh, that's good. What good can I do then? But it's easy to say that it's easy to judge someone else from the freedom into a country where they have literally just ratified arbitrary, unilateral, or even worse, at the direction of government, shutting down of bank accounts with no court order and no liability. So,
I mean, it's such an incredible threat.
A bank run can. I don't know if bank run can fix this or make it worse, but maybe it has to get even worse before it gets better. Maybe those Okay, well, headline: Russia invades Ukraine 10 minutes before the vote. I don't know. I'd be sus. I'd like that. What is invade? I don't trust anything anymore. I don't know what anything means. You don't have to love me for my mind. I'm gonna see. You got tattoos on your arm. They look kind of good, actually. The protest is supposed to continue with refusing to work this week, but our Canadians are going to follow through. Well, we'll see. There we go. I mean, this is troll, but I'll bring it up. Get vaxxed. Yeah, thanks. Here, do what you want with your body. Don't ever tell me what to do with mine. Britt Cormier, who will invest in Canada? China will pour money into Canada and the politicians' pockets. Does anyone hear the kids screaming upstairs through the mic?
A little bit.
Okay.
It's not bad.
It's happy screams. It's not.
No, it doesn't sound like anybody's in agony or anything. It just sounds like kids playing.
I'm taking that down. No legal advice. Ian, well, this has been a very morbidly depressing night. I would like to thank you for being in here. What's new in terms of restrictions on otherwise hitherto previously lawful firearms in Canada?
Well, they keep slowly expanding the list of things that they consider banned, and they're sort of developing a shopping list for things that they might put in another order in council. So if you saw the arrest in Coots, basically expect everything you saw on that table to possibly make the banned list.
Explain what happened in Coots. By the way, my brother's back inside and he's not in detention. So explain what happened in Coots. Then I'm going to bring my brother in.
So basically they found, and it's not clear whether this is several groups or one group, but they seized, I think, a number of firearms. They arrested 11 people. There was body armor, and there were some magazines that looked like they were unpinned. So those would be prohibited devices here in Canada.
Unpinned meaning you can fit more than the maximum requirement into the magazines.
Yes, exactly.
Maximum restriction.
Yeah. So that's so they arrested those people, but everything that's on that table, I expect that they'll probably push through to try to ban later and say, oh, look, this is what these extremists had. And, a lot of them are just, hunting rifles, shotguns. There's a Vector Chris on that table, if I recall correctly, which is mostly just kind of a fun novelty gun. And, they're going to keep coming up with more firearms that they want to ban. And we're getting really close to the end of the amnesty order, and there's been no announcement as to buyback and no announcement as to an extension of the amnesty order. So we'll have to see what happens. They might just let it run out, and then suddenly a whole bunch of Canadians who are waiting for that amnesty order or for the buyback become, serious criminals overnight. It's for just, owning things that they've owned and not doing anything with them, just keeping them. So,
all right, I'm gonna bring my brother in. He's also Dan.
Yeah, hey guys, how's it going?
What up, G-Money?
I just want to offer a bit of optimism. Okay.
Liar. He's lying. He's getting ready to lie, people. Because he sees it in this eye. This is my anger. You see the bag there is worse than this one.
I didn't watch your stream about the going through the Emergency Act. We still have the rule of law in this country. We still have the Charter of Rights, and the act is subject to that. The Charter is still subject to international law and the Bill of Rights. Like, we're still protected. It's not like a total free for all. Okay. And if it's subject to that, that means there's still judicial review. Okay. So the judges, I think, are right now our last bastions of of sobriety right now. And I think in the coming, I mean, how long is this going to go for? A week, right? So I think in the next week or two, we'll see how they're going to. I think it's more.
The vote to approve the measures will keep them in place until mid-March at the latest, and the Senate must also vote on the government's request. At any point, the Senate, House, or government could pull support for the extraordinary powers. I don't know who's sending this to me. Let me just see. Someone sent this to me, and it's an article from Yahoo News. Okay, fine. So
I have some hope with the CCLA and the BCCLA fighting this. I'm going to send each of those groups some money and none to Amnesty International because they took a position in favor of these restrictions.
What happens if they declare that donation suspect to freeze your bank accounts? Nobody thinks that's going to happen, eh?
Well, I mean, then I guess we'll see. But
Dan, what were you saying before I cut you off like a rude bastard?
That will be a concern for. I don't think many in the bar, lawyers have thought this through in terms of how they are now. They have to be careful as well, right?
They don't have to. They didn't have to be careful before they empowered themselves with extraordinary measures. Justin Trudeau's mother and brother were on the payroll of a charity that they gave a contract to without any bid or nothing. Why would he have to be careful now? He just gave himself absolute immunity. We can do whatever the hell we want because it's an emergency.
I don't think he did. I think it's still, there is a lot of power in that legislation, but it's got, first of all, his own words. So we have to keep him to his own words.
His own words were, we're not a country that believes, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. His own words were, we're not a country that makes vaccination mandatory. And then 6 months later, I believe vaccination mandatory. And people voted for him. So his own words would mean nothing. Sorry, not to be mean.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I get right. And so by his own words is these measures have to be targeted and specific and focused on.
Limited. And by the way, they're not geographically limited and they're not temporally limited. So he's a goddamn liar. He's been a liar for his entire career.
Well, so my concern there was, you're right, because the initial threat was the blockade, right, at Coots and all the different at Windsor, which by the way was cleared the day before I got there. I want to clear that up, by the way, for the viewers. And first of all, thanks for all the positive comments. That bridge was clear long before I got there, and that was confirmed that with the OPP, one of the officers. So, and the injunction there specifically allowed for peaceful protesters, right? These measures have to. So that border was clear. These measures have to be focused and targeted. If the goal now is to clear the borders, are they cleared? Yes.
No, Dan. Oh shit balls! I think I just broke my phone. God, I didn't break it. Hold on. It sounded like it broke. His goal now is we need to prevent future convoys. Those are his new words. Chris, you're freelancing. The FinTrack measures are going to be permanent. That's their words. So they're liars. There's lies. And there's nothing. There's no. You're not. By the way, my brother is not controlled opposition. He doesn't work for the Liberals. I know he feels probably more vitriolic sentiment than I do. I just express it more. Their words were temporally limited, geographically limited, and now it's FinTrack's forever, and this is for prospective, future potential. And those idiot liberal politicians actually arguing it. How do we know when they're going to come back? They might come back next week. We need this Emergencies Act to respond to as of yet non-existent prospective emergencies. Reichstag 1933. People,
you're going to have to look at what orders, the exact wording of the orders they're putting in place, and trust me, they'll be keeping the lawyers busy, and going through each one of those, for making sure they comply with the very time-limited, specific scope that they're supposed to be in place for. So.
Charles Mensa, thank you very much. Viva, your passion for freedom is your passion. I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired, and I'm getting scared. But set that aside. Dan,
we'll be good, bro.
You're taking these files, correct? You're taking files that come your way.
I'm in discussions right now, so to be determined.
Let me rephrase. You're a practicing attorney who would handle files if you get a call.
Put it this way: these files are becoming more and more interesting. They're unprecedented, so I think there's work to be done, and I'm eager to to take on files that I can with the help that I can get. So.
And Runkel, same thing for you. You do firearms law, but you also do constitutional stuff. If any of these come your way, you're in what province?
I do criminal law, so I'm in Alberta. have to look as to whether or not these would be within my, because it really depends on what's going on, right? There's they haven't laid, to my knowledge, any Emergencies Act charges. What this probably needs is more people to challenge the banking aspects, and that's probably unfortunately outside of my wheelhouse. I'd probably have to, I mean, this has never come up, so it might be outside of everybody's wheelhouse, but really this is something that probably calls for somebody who does more civil litigation, unfortunately.
Well, and I'll tell you the problem. I've done civil litigation. I've never done constitutional injunctive civil litigation, although I did civil injunctions. The court process, first of all, is necessarily skewed in favor of the powers that be, the powers that appointed them, the presumption of lawfulness of any law on an injunctive basis, and then the time it takes to get to a permanent. So good for you. The expectation, the perception that these things become permanent just by virtue of passage of time is a very, very interesting thing. High school anecdote. Go for it.
There'll be another election, and that, and the incoming government can change that. So I think
they could have called an election now, though, Dan. They could have voted on this and declared, and it would have been a no confidence vote. They didn't do it. And the last election, nothing changed. I'm very angry. But it's not done yet. But the anecdote, I got what's the word? Detention in grade 8 at a all boys high school, my second of 3 high schools. And the teacher, who was decided to give me as a detention, read the book Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl, I believe. Someone's coming downstairs. And it was, humans can get used to anything, however atrocious, over enough period of time. 2 years pass while you go from an injunction to a permanent, and people have gotten used to our bank accounts are being surveyed, and just comply. You can come down. You have to stop screaming. Just comply. Just have the right thoughts. It took 2 years to condition people to think it's acceptable to compel children to wear masks 8 hours a day, to compel them to get a medical procedure for a risk that poses virtually no. It took 2 years to do all of that. Isolate, curfew, lockdown. It took 2 years. Another 2 years, we're like, well, just don't say anything bad about the government. They won't freeze your accounts, and that's how it goes. So I'm not optimistic. I'm actually grotesquely pessimistic.
I think it's going however long. So we got March 14th. Okay, so that's our new goalpost now. I think the strategy has to be: look, you're now going to be dealing on a day-to-day basis with law enforcement for the most part. Okay. Because to get through to a JR, a judicial review or whatever is going to be difficult for most people. So the question is how now to deal with whatever order comes down the pipes, whatever, interruption in your daily living that you might now encounter. You're going to have to learn how to deal with law enforcement on a day-to-day basis. It sounds like, right? So for people who are getting their bank account seized, you're going to have to go through the motions and figure out, who issued the order. Get names and document everything, right? But it's just a new way to, I think, handle what's coming down the pipes, day-to-day dealing with law enforcement.
But by the way, trust Trudeau. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. It'll be 2 weeks to flatten the convoy, which is no longer there. It was Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning. The irony was that it was. I don't care about identity politics, and I'm not saying this for any reason other than irony. It was a non-Jewish teacher telling a rebellious Jewish teenager to read Man's Search for Meaning. And I remembered certain things from it. It was great punishment, much better than, I know the teacher's deceased, so I still won't even mention his name. Mr. P, you know who you are, you're watching from above, who his detention was count the holes in those stucco tiles on the ceiling. Do you remember those things when you're in school? Those slats, push them up, and they had holes in the core. It looked like wafer cracker. He said, count the holes in it. And I did it. Another one said, count the holes in the bricks, which I did. Another one said, read Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. And I remember it. So yeah, two of them are, on that note, I think I've scared Ian off. Dan? Oh, no, I'm joking.
No, I just needed to shout to my wife there.
Okay, we got a kid here who's, come say hi to the world, dude. Oh, Let me
Okay,
bring the. Let me,
I'm signing off, but Godspeed to both of you. We'll be
All right,
fine.
man.
Stay the one more month.
Yeah, one more month to flatten the curve of democracy. That's what's going to happen. Okay, I'll bring it out. Dan, hold on. Let me just do this.
Thanks.
Dan, I will see. This is actually my blood brother, people, not a brother in a metaphysical sense. Dan, if you enjoy the night, Ian, I guess we'll okay. I'll take you out. Ian, thank you. I'll give the Do I give a? Oh, hold on. Crack your back. I'm gonna crack your back. Oh, that wasn't his back. That was the chair. Ian, thank you very much for tuning in.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's
you want to try to give a little white pill moment here, or do you want to try to give some optimism?
I mean,
I put this pressure on Barnes, but let's see if you can handle it.
We'll have to see what happens. There are court challenges going on. The Civil Liberties Association, Alberta's challenge. There is some hope that the court might say, listen, this was not done lawfully, and overturn it. So I'll be watching to see that. The Alberta one might actually be something that that I could go watch. So if I could do that, then I may. We can't record things, so there won't be sort of the Rittenhouse stream or anything like that. But at least I could go and get an idea of what's happening in it, hopefully. And so that's a hope. And the longer this goes on, the more obviously illegitimate it'll end up looking. It's going to be more obvious that this threat that they've been talking about has been a non-issue. It's not people had a protest. That's and you can say, hey, we can argue about the lawfulness of it, and there's all sorts of measures in place that they could already have taken. These extraordinary powers were never necessary and are really concerning. If you're at a protest and you're breaking laws, which happens at protests all the time, people do need to be aware of the fact that they might be arrested for it. And many protests historically that have, achieved change have been ones that have involved breaking laws. It's, and that's not an encouragement to go out and break laws. It's just an understanding of the way the world works. So we'll see. But I think that this is going to look less and less legitimate over time because they're going to say, hey, listen, the ordinary actions of the RCMP are enough here. We don't need any of these, powers that operate without due process. No matter what happens, no matter how serious the crime is, you could be accused of the most heinous murder today and you get due process. You get, a trial, you get a day in court.
You get bail. I mean, that's the Tower, the organizer of the convoy, is still in jail, and they have a bail hearing tomorrow morning.
Or at least the decision tomorrow morning. And but it's shocking to me that they're imposing these bank freezes without due process. Because who can stand up?
And immunity.
Yeah, even if the bank freezes your accounts and they were wrong to do so, you can't sue them. You have no recourse other than just, take it and like it. That is the kind of power. Who can stand up to that?
Who can stand up? You have to fight it with your own dollar while they fight you with the aggregate tax dollars of Canada, which includes your own dollar. So you're paying to fight yourself to pay to fight yourself.
And you have to fight it with your own dollar when they've taken away every dollar you have. How do you fight the government when they take away the resources you'd use to fight them?
All right. Well, with that, that went from a white pill to a black pill. So
yeah, sorry about that,
Ian. I'm going to bring you up. Thank you very much for tuning in. We'll see. First of all, I didn't bring that up to condone violence. Every now and again, I bring up a chat free Tamara to bring out the chat. Ian, thank you for coming on. I mean,
thank you for having me, and I will absolutely catch you next time. And yeah, have a good evening.
You too, man. Talk to you soon. I know you're there, people. I have not forgotten that we're still live. I just want to see how many we are on Rumble. because this is 25,000 on Rumble. First of all, we did it. First of all, we crushed YouTube on Rumble, which is
a member at the Winnipeg Peaceful Protesters. This time, it's getting very unsafe. It wasn't safe the first time with the car running through the peaceful protest on the streets there, Broadway in Winnipeg, and this time, they have knives. So we're going to hear from Tamara here very soon, and she's going to give us an update on, just the escalation that we're seeing, the violent escalation that we have seen from the troops on the ground in Ottawa, all those police officers just being super aggressive, really violent, and now Antifa coming out with weapons using against peaceful protesters. So, we need to talk about this. We need to keep everybody informed so that everyone can remain safe and we can look out for each other and protect each other. Okay, so let's get started. Let's hear from Tamara.
What's going on, guys?
Hello, Winnipeg, Manitoba.
It is freezing here. Is it freezing there for all you guys?
It is freezing here too.
Like minus 8,000. Why do we live in a snow globe? I don't understand.
Stop sending us your cold weather, please, and thank you. Okay, cold weather, warm hearts, right?
Yes. Oh, the biggest hearts you'll ever meet down here. I'll tell you.
Okay, so it sounds like you had an eventful day today. Can you walk us through the steps before we see the video?
Well, like a normal morning, I go down to the ledge where I feel safe and where I feel safe. It's funny I say that because that's a safe haven for me right now. It's all we got, it seems. But go down there this morning, looking at the sights, looking at the flags, just taking it all in while no one's around. It's, ghost town in the morning, which is peaceful. It's quiet. And talking on the phone, minding my own business like I normally do. And this guy walks by and, got a mask.
I suspect the gratuitous use of the word shit may be a problem. Let's just go see here. This is atrocious. What just happened? What we've witnessed tonight is atrocious. Checking the live stream. Oh, looky. Yellow. I swore. Request review. It's nothing but atrocious government overreach. Period. Full stop. And anyone who says otherwise is a part of the government that just benefited from this massive government overreach. All this sitting there licking their chops. Holy crap. We get to freeze the bank accounts of people we just declared to be domestic threats in the absence of a court order, in the absence of any lawful order, and we immunize them to do it. Jagmeet, may you live forever without a dog whistle and without nothing. May you live forever to see the consequences of what you have done to Canada. But I'm sure the WEF, whom you're affiliated with, will handsomely remunerate you. And can someone please get me this quote from Jesus from the Bible? What good is all the riches of the universe when you've sacrificed your soul? Something along those lines. And all you people who voted for Jagmeet, you think this is great because you hate the truckers. You hate the truckers. By the way, if and when things turn out badly for the things you've been doing because the government told you to do it, like those people who came and cried on my shoulder when the government compelled them to wear face masks that had graphene particles in them that were subsequently revoked and what's the word? Not withdrawn. It's withdrawn, whatever. When those people came and cried on my shoulder, I want to sue the government because they compelled me to wear those face masks that had graphene particles in them. And we were sitting there saying, we feel like we have cat hairs in our throat. You came crying and you voted for these tyrants and you condemned those truckers and you support freezing, seizing, and selling of the assets of those truckers, putting them on a list. Yep. Recalled might have been the word. Yep. Matthew 16. Here we go. Yes, thank you. I know other people probably did it. Rose Zinkelman. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? King James Version. I'm not a religious person, by the way, but you can learn morality from the Bible even if you don't believe in an organized God. Just so you should understand that. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Jagmeet, you've lost your soul. That's not what I meant to bring up. Here we go. For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for it? Nothing. Nothing. Heaven and hell are the exact same thing, and it's hearing what everyone has to say about you when you're not there. So Justin, Jagmeet, imagine what people are saying about you when you're not there and hear that echo through your heads for the rest of your lives. You can go and party off in Europe with your WEF buddies and enjoy all the finest scotch and the finest meals while the rest of...
Hi, I'm Diana Lassier. I live in Canada where the winters are a little on the cold side, and I think
of Canada is... I don't know what's going on upstairs. Okay, I guess the kid is channeling my people saying take your money out. They don't care. They're in the Matrix. All they want is another sweet bite of that steak. All they want to do is it doesn't matter if they burn in hell. All they want is another sweet bite of that steak. All right, well, so that's it. So I'll do this. This is yeah, that's an actual tear of frustration. So we'll see. This curl man has been here the entire night. Do I have to cut this curl off? It's been bad luck. Or has it? Hello. I got day. There's nothing actually more I'm not gonna say perverted, but there you go. Oh, there's another. What's this one? Here, boom. We got two curls. They look like horns, so now I have to get rid of that. I'm not a religious person, so I don't go to that. But it is good versus evil, and may these people may they enjoy all the riches that their life can. We all live for a finite period of time, and we are dead for an infinite period of time. And when you're dead, all that you have is your legacy. This is my own deep thought. When you die, all that you take with you is that which you leave behind. So, Justin, enjoy your drinks, enjoy your lavish travels, enjoy your wonderful meals, your oysters and your lobsters and your G7 summits and your rubbing elbows with the powerful. Enjoy everything. You cannot walk among your own men and women, your own brethren. You cannot walk among your own people because you are loathed and detested, as you always will be and you always will deserve to be. And you too, Jagmeet Singh, and you too, Lightbound. You gave a nice speech, and we know you can speak well, as can any serpent. With that said, let's see if anyone's got any chat, any questions. I don't know. I mean, I may be able to rant forever. I may hear a kid screaming upstairs. Those who are willing to trade liberties for temporary securities are not liberties nor securities at all, Ben Franklin. And there's an argument as to whether or not that was in the context of something a little different. Corporatism is fascism at Mussolini. All right, I'm going to try to get some of the Rumble. Oh, look at that. It appears that Putin is invading Ukraine. Emergency UN meeting. Who would have thunk that foreign powers would seize on weakness when they see it? Hey, by the way, Trudeau, try to go... I'm going to break my own phone. Trudeau, go try to lecture Putin on human rights abuses. You've discredited yourself on an international scene. Go try to lecture Putin on human rights violations. You just brought in police and trampled an 80-year-old indigenous woman. You need and abused an Afghan veteran who was blown up in an IED. 3 of his members of his truck died. And you abused him, cuffed him, detained him for 2 hours, drove him outside of the city, and dumped him like trash on the streets. I saw the cops kneeing people. I didn't see them kneeing people. I saw them just abusing people. Rushing a line, dragging them behind the line, arresting them. I was there when they detonated a stun grenade. For whatever the reason, the crowd was chanting, "Oh, Canada," sang the national anthem, and then said, "We love you" to the cops. And then the cops miraculously detonated 2 stun grenades. Go ahead and lecture Putin about what he's doing in the Ukraine. You reap what you sow, you filthy hypocrites who have no respect for any rights or liberties anywhere. You don't respect the rights and liberties anywhere, you don't respect them everywhere. Go lecture Putin now. Putin just saw what you just did in Canada as a green carte blanche, not a green card, a carte blanche. Putin just saw what you did in Canada and said, "Screw you, you hypocrite liar. Don't you dare ever lecture me about international human rights violations." Good for you, Trudeau. Blood on your hands in Canada and internationally. You're good for you. This is what you've brought on the world. But good for you, because more war means more business for the government. And it means more suffering for the citizens you're supposed to represent. I'm not telling you what's in my cup right now, Rick Marcantonio. No, Rio Marcantonio. My goodness. Based on my mangling of your name, Rio Marcantonio, I'm not telling you what's in my cup, but it says "like a boss." It's not water. No, but good for you. It's a coincidence. I'm sure it's a. Yeah, sorry. I seem to have gotten so angry. I don't think the mic is working. Screw it. I'm now using my camera, so on my computer. Sorry, hold on one second. I actually got so angry, I believe I slapped the desk and dislodged my. God damn it! I apologize. I apologize for using. I don't believe in God. I apologize for using the Lord's name in vain. People believe in that. And I literally just smacked the table so hard I dislodged. This one's the camera, this one's the mic, and now we're going to finish this on my computer. It's a coincidence. Who would have thunk Putin, the dictator, after watching Trudeau, the liberal, deploy? I'm looking at the wrong damn camera. Let me start that again. Putin, the dictator, after watching Trudeau, the liberal, deploy his own personal police to physically assault peaceful protesters, decides now's the good time to invade the Ukraine. It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. And what's Trudeau going to say? I implore Putin to show restraint when dealing with a foreign adversary, and please, when your police are arresting them, only use 1 knee to the rib cage and not 2. And if it's an Afghanistan veteran, please leave no visible bruises, because then the state media cannot hide those visible bruises on their face when they don't report them because they didn't report them. And then please show restraint. Okay, and by the way, the white pill of the night is me getting angry. So if I'm getting angry, other people are getting angry. And if other people are getting angry, there will be change at some point. I said it the last time, though, the change has to be political and it cannot be anything but. Look at the bright side. If Canada decides to try and intervene in Ukraine, it'll be bootlickers. It'll be the bootlickers in the military dying. Viva Russia recognized the DPR and the LPR as sovereign nations. Damn it, I want to know what those are. Putin has offered material support. This happened earlier today. Go watch the Duran. Well, maybe we'll have to get the Duran back on to actually discuss this. Putin could, with his stare, make a bull doubt his own sexuality. Imagine what he could do with Trudeau. Well, he it's funny. That's actually quite funny. Viva, see the Durant for what's really going on in Ukraine. It's a bit more complex than just opportunity. Yeah, I have no doubt it is. I'm just saying. I'm looking at the wrong camera. You got to remember to look there. That's my disgusting finger. I have no doubt it's more complicated. I'm just saying it's convenient. It's not an accident, and it's more complex, undoubtedly. But good luck in Trudeau ever lecturing China again. Of course, he never lectured them before because he's been beholden to them. They could detain Canadians for as long as they want. He would never lecture them. Good luck in Trudeau lecturing. Who else? I don't know. He can't lecture anyway. He can't lecture Iran. Lawyer Robert Gouveia has been doing great work covering the protests and the Ottawa City Council. He's been on Nick's show before. Sidebar, perhaps 100%. Screenshot. Though tough night tonight, though, Viva. You're an inspiration. You rock too, Runkle. Thank you very much, James. Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to be an inspiration. I just want to be free. I just want to. Truthfully, I just want to fish. Yep. I just want to go fishing. When I'm driving down to Ottawa, I drove over the bridge at Thousand Islands or Lac des Deux Montagnes, Lake of Two Mountains, and I see people fishing. The first 3 days, or I should say the second day after my first day, I was more eager to get to Ottawa than I was at the prospect of fishing. And then the last 2 days, I just wanted to be fishing. I don't know what the audio sounds like, so I apologize, people, but I've dislodged my audio and my camera, so we're going to live with it for the rest of this. Anyway, so that's it. We've seen it. It's I said before it was going to be the end of Canada if this passes, but we still have a little bit of hope. We need the U.S. truckers to block all borders to Canada. Man, it'll give the government the excuse to federalize everything. Federalize everything. Let the government try to figure out how to farm. And then that's how you get into. That's not what I wanted to bring up. It's okay. Well, it's not. First of all, thank you. That was not the chat I wanted to bring up. It was a green one right there. Boom. Hey, Viva, watching you for 2 weeks. We are watching from the USA and realize we are next. You're not next. You've got one line of defense, and you've got people who actually respect the Constitution. Oh, I brought that one up. I apologize. I wish I could have a cocktail right now. I got to work tomorrow. Well, here we go. Justin Cheng says, got kicked in the balls. Got to get up from it. Go to get ahead of it and give back better than how we got it. Then we got God. Or else we lose ourselves. We lose ourselves to blame. Well, some of us might be losing ourselves. Do I try to do this? I'm going to try to do this in real time. Boom. Bring this back in. See if this can work. I just want to end this with good audio and good video. Now I've done that. And now settings, camera. Oh. Booyah. Audio. Oh. That's the wrong audio. Yeah, we're in. I think we're back in business, people. I'm going to read this because I'm going to disagree with it. Stop obeying and stay home. We run this thing. They get the honey. Stay home, stay home. Okay, that's fine. That's peaceful. Stay home. The idea of stop obeying and go, just go wreak havoc. I don't agree with because it doesn't work. And it will not work for a government. You imagine all the... Okay. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I keep hitting the table and I'm doing something bad. All that the government wanted was violence from the beginning. Turns out they didn't even need actual violence. They didn't even need actual violence to do what they wanted to do. That should be depressing to everybody. But actual violence would have gotten this result 2.5 weeks ago. Come to Wyoming, even just to visit. We have wide open spaces and fishing. Our ice fishing rocks, and we have world-class fly fishing. Yeah, no, I've known about the Wyoming. I do believe a river runs through it. Was in Wyoming, if I'm not mistaken. Congratulations, Vivo. You will join the New World Order before me. Oh, Canada. Matt Deckard, I know you. I like you. Let's drink to that. We're all... Viva Expo. Dude, that's so old. I don't even have the same glasses anymore. But I love people using my old faces as avatars. War Campaign latest Jagmeet vid must watch. Watch it. I don't know what it is. Not a condoning of this, whatever it is. Just watch it. Could the Queen theoretically? No. I mean, I don't know, but no. The Queen has no say, no influence, no power, but on paper. Could the Queen theoretically dismiss Trudeau like she dismissed the Australian Parliament in the 70s? I don't think so. I didn't even notice your name. Oh, sweet, merciful goodness. Well, thank you for the super chat. You could change your name next time. That'll not get me into trouble. Odd vote for the mandate. 185 to 151. Vote for the War Act. If that's true, that's funny. Cuba bound. The War Act was when Justin Trudeau's dad, wrong camera, when Justin Trudeau's dad invoked the War Measures Act to deal with the FLQ crisis, which was an actual real crisis. Yeah. The Queen has the Rona. Okay. Sorry, wrong camera. Okay. She'll probably be fine. And by the way, old people, not to be cynical, old people pass away. Over a long enough timeline, everyone's life expectancy eventually reaches 0. First person to get that in the chat gets the comment brought up, highlighted. It's a good movie. It's my favorite. Does it not have to be passed within 7 days of the declaration in both House and Senate? I don't think so. So I think there's a new delay for the Senate, but I don't know. Is my audio good? Fight Club, Fight Club, Fight Club, Fight Club. You still get it. Is my audio decent enough? I'm just going to finish this on my Mac camera there with my Mac audio here. I've got a 1.3 terabyte Final Cut Pro file that I have to save on an external hard drive. It's 1.3 terabytes because I haven't been able to go to a big box retail store because I protested out of principle. Okay, good. Thank you. Yes. Good. Audio good. It is Fight Club. It's the, Russia has invaded. Okay, we'll deal with that later. But I've gone on that rant. Alexa, wrong camera. Oh, God damn. You know what? Hold on. Oh, my back. We've got time. I'm going to take my notes from previous streams. RCMP texts, trucker, pets. Oh, when they were threatening to take the pets. I'm going to take this, put it over the other camera so I stop looking at it reflexively, and now we can talk, people. There's a green light right here, and if I look to the left enough, it'll be fun. Okay, I want to see this. The last 4 things: death, judgment, heaven, hell. Jesus saves. I wish I could have that type of faith, and I'm saying this non-judgmentally and genuinely and sincerely without any element of mocking, full stop. I wish I could have that faith. I don't yet have that faith. It's not that it's not in me. I just don't have that faith in things beyond what I have the faith in. I have the faith in cosmic justice. I have the faith in righteousness and honesty and transparency and dying with integrity. But I just don't have the religious stuff yet, period. But, oh, hold on. Someone just said, hold on. This is funny. Let me just get this. Best Dad Tea still available? We've got a box in the back, and we've got to start clearing out stuff. So one of those days, I'll do a meetup on the street, and I will give them away with a signature if anybody wants one, or a fundraiser for Big Brothers Big Sisters, which is a charity I've been supporting in local Montreal, above and beyond the truckers, which might now get me into trouble, above and beyond JCCF, which might soon get me into trouble, above and beyond Rebel News, some of their stuff, which might get me into trouble. Yeah. I just heard my phone buzz. Your audio is fine, but you're sounding a bit ragey. Okay, so I have to tone it down. That was for my wife, by the way. She said your audio is fine. Just chill out. Okay. So that's it. We've had the vote. We've had the vote. Not only has Justin Trudeau not been ousted, not has this been shut down for political reprisals on a going forward basis, it was ratified by 185 to 151. And that's it. So that'll be the new Canada. This is the new standard in Canada, and the new standard in the States is that the impeachment process, which might have been abused for Clinton, which might have been abused for Madison, was grotesquely abused for Trump twice. And recall, people, after he had already lost the election. And I'll put it just so I don't piss people off, lost the election. I'm not undermining it. I'm just saying some people don't feel that way. They tried to impeach him after he had already formally on paper lost the election, which goes to show you it was not about justice. It was not about Constitution. It was about penalizing on a going forward basis. We have now turned the Emergencies Act into a willy-nilly political tool, the same way the Democrats in the United States eviscerated impeachment of any meaningful purpose application. Canada's analog of the Patriot Act sneaks up on you. Yep. When you're going through hell, keep going. Winston Churchill. Yes. Believe in Jesus, Viva, is not a religion. Jesus hated religion. Ask any Pharisee. So I can, by the way, I believe in Jesus as a historical character, a historical individual, not a character like in a play, who promoted much of the most beautiful principles everywhere, anywhere that everyone everywhere should adhere to. I respect that, full stop. It's the what I would qualify as the beyond natural stuff that I would have an issue with. But yeah, turn the other cheek. I appreciate it. Mahatma Gandhi, passive aggressive resistance, didn't necessarily turn out well for everybody, but yeah. Hold on. Sorry, I was intending to do something a while back before I got distracted. Let's go to historical. Yeah, that's me. That's me. I don't need to hear me. I'm just going to read some Rumble rants because there's a lot of them. Beowulf, don't forget the act requires royal assent. Petition the Queen. I'm not sure that. Then we got Ellen F says, small fry, very cute. Hang in, David. Thank you, Ellen F. We've got _deplorable_Joe. The deplorable Joe. What you are doing now, your kid's future bank account will be frozen. Smiley face. No, don't worry. The Globe and Mail said if you donated, you'll be fine. For now. They didn't say the for now part, but whatever. I'll live with it. First of all, I made my announcement that I donated to Give, Send, Go after GoFundMe fraudulently screwed people. I made that announcement before the docs. What's going on here? Sorry, bring them in. I'm not scared of these things. I don't like them, but if it should happen to someone, may it happen to the person who can actually fight it, deal with it, and has the network to do it. Facts Matter says, White Pill, we whooped YouTube, who is also communist. Thank you, Facts Matter. Puckster, a $100 Rumble rant says, calm down, Viva will be fine. Trudeau will screw himself. Run for public office. People will vote for you. We believe in you. I ran. I may run again, or I may run again. Double entendre intended, because this is when they weaponize the law for political purposes. Good luck. They can get you on a retroactive mischief charge. Oh, you donated to a registered not-for-profit that the government registered. We've retroactively declared that unlawful, and therefore you never got a stain on your record, so you can't run for office. RJ Report says, having family in Canada, I watched with great hope. I shed a tear for the citizens of Canada, and I will pray for us because our darkest days are ahead of us. I'll still try to be optimistic. Josie B11 says, Viva, you're much calmer tonight. That's not what my wife said, Josie. And then we got Heart Tackle. I hope you're a fishing channel. Hope you all can get it turned the other way again. Send you a lot of lures and pro shirts for the fam. Thanks for what you do. Heart Tackle. I don't know where you sent them to. I'll go check my P.O. box. I went to check my P.O. box. I had so much stuff in there. It was outrageous. I mean, fantastic letters, artwork, point curation. Thank you very much. I had beautiful stuff in there. Citizen Chuck says, do you think the great Canadian people are waking up? I hope so. But when you wake up too slowly, sometimes the nightmare has taken over already. So there's that. I'm going to crack my back. Hold on. Listen to this. Oh, who heard that? Who heard that? That was my back cracking. I'm going to go for the other side now. Oh my God, that was even better. Oh, I can't go fishing tomorrow. The other problem is I can't go fishing tomorrow. We've got, I don't complain and I don't ask for sympathy, period. We've got so many things going on in the background, in the backdrop, that this 2.5 hours has been the most relaxing 2.5 hours of my day, seeing Canada crumble in real time. But, we don't have to worry. Those who donated, you don't have to worry. And this is how they do it, by the way, because it's great. You then sit there and say, oh, phew. They're only going after the 206 accounts that they've already confirmed frozen of the organizers, of the truckers who parked their cars on Wellington. But at least they're not going after me. And that's how they do it. They get you to feel safe for now. There's a bigger target. And it goes back to someone in the chat. At first, they came for the socialists. Then they came for the unions. But I wasn't. Whoever it was, someone can put it in there. That's how they do it. Hey, they didn't come for me now. So I'm supposed to be relieved. Je suis supposé être soulagé. Like I'm supposed to be comforted. They didn't come for me now. They only went for the organizers and the people who parked their trucks on the street, whom I spoke to, who were the most beautiful, peace-loving, patriotic Canadians. And not just that. I don't want to say subservient Canadians. I want to say serving Canadians. They served Canada for 2 years during this crisis. They met the needs of Canada to get us through the darkest days of this. I'm saying pandemic, not to undermine pandemic, but because it's been morphed into something else. When the crisis was at its highest, they sat there, they drove their trucks, and they delivered our goods. They didn't ask for anything, and they were lauded as heroes until they were lauded as zeros by that pompous, drama-teaching, misogynist, racist, discriminatory, hypocrite, entitled jerk of a prime minister. Yeah, I said it. I said it. Ethics commissions, come after me. Matthew Balfour says, I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf. And so do all who live to see such times, but that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what we do with the time that is given to us, Tolkien. And it was, but I think it goes back. I think that's a variation of something that one of the founding fathers said, may there be peace in my time, but if there can't be, may the war be in my time, so the peace may be in my children's time. Hey, Viva, tell your Canadian friends and neighbors, we are here in the U.S., left the southern entrance open for you all. Stay strong and stay safe. And there's no way to stay safe when the government can starve you to death financially and arguably physically with immunity, because they've immunized. Trudeau bought off the media with subsidies and COVID ads, so they don't turn on him. And now he bought off the financial institutions because they're already federally regulated, but he immunized them for their potential misconduct. What could possibly go wrong? And those who have not swords can still die upon them. Would you have the folk of Gandor gather you herbs only when the Dark Lord gathers armies? Okay, dude, what's up with going? I might have to read this because I saw the movies and I didn't like them. But let me just see if my wife says I've calmed down. Hold on. Have I calmed down? Question mark, smiley face. We'll see what she says. Yeah, Russians can expose, but don't expect that to happen. Blackmail is worth more than revealing the blackmail. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men, or is the music of the people? Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men, or is the music of the people that will not be slaves again? That's beautiful. Okay. Do we go for 5 more minutes? Let's see. We're going to go for 5 more minutes. Books are better. Audiobooks. I've been listening to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s The Real Anthony Fauci, but it's not RFK who's reading the book, and it's somebody else, and I've been listening to it at 1.5, so it sounds very fast for me. No, it sounds ridiculous when I slow it down to 1.0. It sounds so ridiculous. I don't know how anybody reads that slowly. Les Miserables. Oh, and that might have been actually what Dr. Francis Christian was singing when I interviewed. Now I think I get it. That's beautiful. Do I hunt? Let me hold on a second. I just saw a question here. It was in here. We go. I have not hunted. I have the capacity to hunt, and I have the moral fortitude to hunt. Maybe not big game. That depends on the day, and that also depends on whether or not my family has food to eat. I would hunt big game if I had to. The tyrants of the people in particular has always been the alibi of the welfare of the people in particular has always been the alibi of tyrants, and it provides the further advantage of giving the servants the tyranny of good conscience. Albert Camus. And there was also whoever wrote Through the Looking Glass had something very similar. But yeah, can't do that anymore. By the way, it's government made it illegal. They'll get me maybe on that. That might be my downfall. Viva Fry. Bar license pulled because he caught a bass with a drone. All right, well, people, I'm glad we saw that in real time together. I'm going to go back to Rumble and just see if there's. I'm going to refresh this. Refresh. Puckster says we'll be fine. I'm not sure they'll be fine. I'm not sure. By the time I think we're not fine, it's too late. We might already be beyond the point of
probably wouldn't do it there. So that was kind of funny. The other one was there was an active shooter in one of the windows, but none of the people were told to get off the street. So there, a lot of the citizens would just sit down, relax, just kind of waiting for the movie to on. We were all looking for popcorn. Kind of close, not a couple hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So have you been downtown much in the last little bit, or?
I have been. It seems so quiet, so surreal, and the only way that they can keep this thing going, this Emergencies Act, they need some kind of an emergency. So it looks like we've got one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If that plays, I will be so surprised.
Hey, my friend, how are ya? Good to see you such a long time, eh? Thank you for covering.
Have you been affected by what's happened today?
Today? Well, I'm thinking they need to keep this Emergencies Act going, so they're looking for some kind of an emergency. Because we haven't had, once the truckers rolled out of town, everything was quieted right down.
Where are you located?
Oh, I'm actually a farmer around London.
Oh, London, Ontario.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Do you have are you okay? You can chat with you for a minute?
Sure. Yeah, why not?
On track with that. The air pressure?
All right, so you said you're from London, farmer from the London area.
Yeah.
Whereabouts? I grew up.
Yeah, well, it's about 45 minutes west of London. Some little farming area. Yeah, it's all good. Organic vegetables. Yeah.
What brought you to
Oh, I just had to see this for myself. So I came back the first time I came was when the truckers were here, and just to see how they were affecting the city and what was happening for my own eyes. Because when you're watching mainstream media, sometimes you're getting I'm hearing it one side from the people that were here, and one side from the mainstream. So I had to see it for myself. When I came, the businesses all thriving because of the truckers. I went to multiple businesses. The ones that were opening their doors and letting people in, they were doing very well.
Did you have run events? It was that you came?
I came probably after the first weekend.
Okay.
Yeah. So I had to see it. I had to come back to see see what's going on after the truckers left. Because once they enacted the state of emergency, I wanted to see what's the emergency. There's nobody here now. What was there? Over 100 checkpoints. Every artery coming into this city was blocked off. It's very hard to get in and out. So a lot of people just can't be bothered. The hours it takes to get in. Getting out is not that big of a deal, but getting in is. So if you're going to go for dinner, or if you're going to do any shopping, a lot of people just don't want to make the effort to come in. So a lot of the businesses are really hurting again. So yeah, I just wanted to see it for myself. What's with the state of emergency? Why? There's nobody here. So when I just happened to be coming out for breakfast, and I saw this unfolding. First story I got from the police was that somebody robbed the bank, got into an armored vehicle, I think it was a Brinks truck or something, and got away. And you know, like I know, there's barriers everywhere, there's checkpoints everywhere. If you were going to rob a bank, you wouldn't do it there, for sure, right? Because down that road from the bank, there's a big, huge fence that you can't get through. The next street, Scotia. Yep, just right there. Yep. And then the other way, it's all checkpoints as far as you go. So that story was kind of crazy. So
when did you hear that?
I just walked out. We were at Cora's for breakfast. Best breakfast I've had in a long time. So shout out to Cora's. Beautiful, without a doubt. So then the next story I got from the police is there's an active shooter, right? An active shooter in one of the windows. So I'm thinking, if there was really an active shooter, why are all the people still allowed to be on the street? It's kind of like we were watching a movie on TV. It's surreal. There's people sitting down, they're very relaxed. The police weren't nervous, they were just walking with their machine guns, you know. It's just, I don't know, it just looked too much like a setup, and everybody that got the same vibe. We just talked to a guy construction worker, he's just sitting on a park bench, very relaxed. He said, this is a setup. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
What's going on? Everything okay?
Yeah, thank you very much.
You answer, no problem.
Thank you.
But what's going on finally?
Yeah.
We never know, or you know something.
You'll have to ask somebody over there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then so when did the police call you after shooting?
Well, the first police I talked to, they said about the bank robbery, and then we strolled around and talked to more police, and that was the next story. And then some didn't want to say anything. But, yeah, so that's what we're getting. I don't know.
And what's your take on it all?
Well, it's a global. You can see it's happening global, like this virus thing, and it's. But I think it's more about control, right? I've looked into it too long now. Where the first thing I looked at was the statistics from actually the World Health Organization, the death rates for the last 5 years before the pandemic and then during the pandemic. And the total death rate was the same. In the pandemic, I'm thinking there should be more deaths, at least overall deaths. But I noticed that there's no more colds, no more flus, everything's COVID. So I started looking into it a little bit further, and it looks like they're putting every country in debt.
Okay, so you feel the pandemic itself is about control?
It's all about it's a measure that they've used. It's a tool they're using to control the population more.
The pandemic itself, like you think it's entirely, is it?
I think there's definitely a bad cold and flu. I know some people that were really sick, but I'm noticing a lot more people that are injured by the vaccine, and by not having a choice in this vaccine. Well, like just look at these two companies that are pushing it. Pfizer, they were sued for over $4 billion since they've been in operation. Moderna has never made a vaccine or any medicine. So all of a sudden, there's never been a cure for the cold virus. Well, the coronavirus is a cold virus. And all of a sudden, these companies have this cure, this magic cure. It doesn't matter what variant it is. They've got the magic bullet. You just have to keep taking more and more and more of them. And I'm seeing more and more people get sick, including people that have worked for me. They've taken this vaccine. The one fellow ended up with Guillain-Barré syndrome. Another brother of one of the ladies that works for me, he's paralyzed after getting it. So there's hundreds of soccer players with heart attacks.
So what do you make of today?
Well, the thing is, once they enacted the state of emergency, when there's clearly no state of emergency over the whole country, over in this peaceful city of Ottawa, there's been no violence. The only violence that's ever happened was on the weekend when the police were getting a little bullied. And they did hurt some people, pepper spray some people. But the protesters themselves were very non-violent, very peaceful. Were you ever here on a Saturday?
Yeah, no, I'm just back in the city.
Oh, okay. everybody was hugging everybody, you know, and this went on for weeks. There's another anecdotal evidence. If there was a pandemic and people were hugging and getting back together the next week, and you think there'd be bodies in the street, right?
So today.
Oh, today? Well, they have to keep this Emergencies Act going for the more control, so there has to be some kind of a play. Yeah.
Oh, so you don't think there was any?
Of course not. No. At first, yeah, I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay, there's got to be something.
So who would be the one orchestrating it then, in your opinion?
Well, that would just be speculation on my part. I don't. Yeah. Well, if you really want to get to the top of it, I mean, you heard Trudeau talk about from his own mouth this great reset that he wants to have, where you ever heard of the World Economic Forum? Where everybody will own nothing, but everybody will be happy, and Trudeau is all over this. Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Well, thank you for taking the time.
Yeah, thank you. Well.
And whereabouts you said from the London area? Where exactly?
Well, it's west of London, about 45 minutes in the Newbury area.
Can I just grab your name?
Sure.
Okay, and spell for me. Just how to get that.
S-E-A-N.
Okay.
K-E-A-T-I-N-G. Yeah, nice to meet you. And who are you with?
Ottawa, sir.
Ottawa. Okay, thank you.
What's your plan for the rest of the? Are you planning to head back home, or are you going to stay after a while?
Yeah, well, I might as well grab a big bag of popcorn and stick around for a little while. You know? I don't know. We'll see. I've got a lot of stuff to do back home, but yeah, when you start seeing stuff like this happening, yeah.
Sean, thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Good interview, Sean. So it looks like they're letting people in. Let's go take a look.
I think we blew their cover.
Sean
was on the scene. Yeah, they can't really get away with much right now with us ridiculing it. They're probably hoping to stage a few things.
Well, who knows?
But you know what? If they don't get away with it this time, they might the next time.
Well, we're in a state of an emergency now, so
we can't be everywhere at once. We need more Druthers reporters. Anybody that's got a camera, when you see something funny going on, pick up your camera and film it. Ask questions. And send them to Druthers News and Information, and we'll get it out to as many people as we can.
So everything has been calmed down now.
It's short for psychological operation. Okay, no, it's just.
Yeah, let's hear this. What this gentleman's saying.
Okay, who in their right mind would go into the mall during a red zone police state and pull this stunt off? A shill. This is going to fall negatively upon those who sympathize with the convoy. Now, all these people out there fail to see this one point. Look how long the convoy was there for. It was there for so long.
So you think this?
And nobody was dropping dead from COVID.
Yeah. So they have to keep this emergency going, right?
This is exactly what this is all about. George, like I just said to that woman over there, George Orwell said, tyrannies run on fraud and force, but when the fraud has been exposed, they rely solely on force.
So you think this is a psychological operation?
This is an absolute psyops, people. Absolutely.
Do you live in Ottawa?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just heard about this, and I was like, oh, wow, here we go. No, who would do that in a red zone police state?
That was our first question, too. We just came out from having breakfast.
Yeah.
We're with Druthers News and Information here.
I see the guy. Yeah, you know what? I'm probably, how many people are watching right now? 4,000 or 5,000. I bet you maybe my friend Sue's watching. Hi, Sue. But, yeah, this is all a psyops, people. Spread, talk to people about this. Talk to people about it.
I think we kind of blew their psyop. We were calling it out right away.
Well, hey, and remember, it's like, hey, the fraud has been exposed, so now they must rely solely on force.
Yeah, well, they might, we can't be, that's a big call out to anybody that's got a camera to film anything that looks suspicious, and then maybe they can't get away with it, but then, they'll probably come out with force.
Oh, boy, it's a terrible town in O-Town. I'm telling you, man. Oh.
Yeah.
As soon as I heard this, I was like, ridiculous. But I thought I'd say my 2 cents there, guys.
No, thanks. Yeah, I just happened to.
Thank you very much for your time, brother.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. I'm more than happy to speak out on this stuff, man. It's terrible what's happened, that's for sure. But you know what, man?
Yeah.
It's not what you think.
Well, it's nice to hear from an Ottawa citizen. So what do you?
I loved it. That was fabulous.
That's what I'm getting from everybody. Business owners and businesses, as long as they had the courage to keep their doors open, they thrive.
Those masks are superstition. It's childish. It really is. Okay, they could have made such good money being open here. Yeah. And they, and like I said, if anybody was coming in the spirit of harassment or assaulting or vandalism, they were not welcome. Because that's not what we were there for. I was there. I saw charity. I saw dancing. I saw love. I saw a cry for freedom, which is what we desperately need.
Were you born in Ottawa?
No. I'm originally from London, Ontario.
Yeah, well, I'm just west of there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, nice to meet you. I'm Sean.
I'm Steve.
Nice to meet you, Steve.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm more than happy to put my 2 cents worth in like that, man.
We've got to get our freedoms back. And these crazy mandates. It's all about control, right? Is that what
no, it's not. It's definitely not about a pathogen, man. It's all about control.
Well, all those thousands and thousands of people in Ottawa in front of the Parliament buildings, I think there'd be people laying in the streets dead if there was a pandemic. Right?
And that's exactly what I've told people. That convoy did accomplish something. It exposed the fraud. Now they had to rely on force. All right, guys, take care.
All right, you take care.
Take care, guys.
Take care, brother.
Yes.
Okay, Sean, I think we should sign out here. So, it looks like the threat is it's come to an end.
Been exposed for what it is.
You could say. All right, everybody. So my name is Grant Pace for Druthers News and Information, and
Sean Keating. Yeah, pleasure.
Take care, everybody.
On. That's how I knew something was not right. Sorry if you wear a mask. I'm just saying. Whoops. I just kind of could tell because when you're down there, no one really wears masks. So you could just tell them from a mile away. So anyways, I'm on the phone, taking the phone call. We have some trucks out there, 2 trucks. One's got a Canadian flag and one's got an American flag. And this guy just walked up to the flag, grabbed a hold of the American flag, and I saw him grab something out of his pocket, and he just kind of grabbed the flag, and he just started like just reaping on it, like just going at it. And I'm like, what are you doing? Don't do that. Don't touch that. Like losing my absolute marbles because that's just me. So I'm waving my arms around. I'm running up the street. I'm screaming for the truckers because everyone's sleeping. It's early. It was maybe like a little bit after 8 a.m.
Okay.
Ray, the gentleman that you had on the broadcast, he sees me running around like a chicken with my head cut off. Like, what the heck's wrong with Tamara? And then I'm running up the street that way, trying to get the cops to come. And within like seconds of me putting my arms up screaming, the cops were there. Unfortunately, I didn't get him stabbing the flag on video, but I did get them arresting the guy, and he tried to deny what he was doing. And I was like, no, like, you got a weapon. Like he had a machete. Like I saw straight out knife. And to me, I'm sorry, but he looked like he was on something. Like he looked demonized. Like his eyes were huge. He was huge. You know, as much as I say I go down there to feel safe, I sure didn't feel safe. And you're going to hear it from that video that we're about to play here.
How many inches would you say this knife? Was it longer than 6 inches?
You know, the cops rolled in so quick, but I did see at least being like a knife. It was long enough to make slices in the flag. Like I was down there earlier taking pictures. There was 0 cuts into this flag. 0. This flag has been untouched. Unfortunately, our Canadian flag has been ripped because it's so much bigger than the other one, and it caught a hold of the lights, and it just ripped within, you know, it's worn and torn. It's been flying for almost a month on that truck. So, whoop, whoop. Sounds of freedom, baby. But wild, absolutely wild. I never in my dreams ever thought that someone would just go up to a flag and just start. He's just reaping on it like a psychopath. I'm sorry. I'm going to call him a psychopath because he looked like one.
Right.
It's funny that they call us tyrants and that we're full of anger. I'm sorry, but what I saw this morning was scary.
Well, they say we're driven by madness. I mean, who wouldn't be living under this tyrannical regime, though?
Well, you know, we all have
a good reason to be. But okay, so let's take a look at the video. We're going to see your interaction with the police officers on the scene, and we're going to hear.
Don't mind my voice.
Okay, let's roll that clip, Cody, please.
I'm not sure if you guys saw me screaming, but I'm not sure if you guys saw me screaming, but I saw him come with his knife, and I'm standing here alone. Sir, I saw you. Yep. Yep.
You have it all on video.
I didn't get that part on video. But the holes, you can see he was stabbing that.
There was one hole in it, but he was trying.
No, he was stabbing it. He came right up to me, and I was standing right there, and I saw him with the knife.
I seen you stab.
Is that Raymond that you're talking to?
Yeah, that's Raymond.
Good old Raymond Grant. You know, I was so grateful to have met him that day when we were in Winnipeg a couple weeks ago or 1 week ago. I don't know. The days are blurring. I'm sorry. I
know. It was like a week ago. I don't remember either. But you know, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Selena, but you know what? After that happened, I jumped up into his truck, and him and his girlfriend were in there, and they said a prayer with me. They took me in almost immediately into that truck and said a prayer with me and for me. So he is a freaking godsend, that man.
Yay, Raymond. No, yeah. I'm starting to worry about the levels at which Antifa and our government will stoop to when it comes to personal safety. You know, we as in, you know, the freedom movement, the boots on the ground, the protests, the rallies, the convoys, the speeches, everybody involved. So we're all Canadians, really, at the end of the day. Yeah. I hate labels. You know, I don't like labels. Let's call us concerned citizens. Okay. Yeah. So, you know, the way in which we're being treated right now, and all we're trying to do is just be heard in a way that is respectful of our democracy. So, you know, from outsiders looking in, because we've seen news updates from all over the world, from India, Australia, the States, Europe, you know, all across the land, and their outside perspective looking in is that we're being treated unfairly. Oh, yeah. We're in a dictatorship where communism is coming in, you know, hot and steady on the 6 o'clock train here, and driving at the station. Yeah, the only thing missing on that train is Justin Trudeau.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're gonna bring you some information about you know, this World Economic Forum topic that has been hot and everyone wants to know about. We're going to talk a little bit about that tonight because, you know, I'm just as curious as I'm sure everybody is just how much penetration this World Economic Forum has actually affected our government and our ability to think objectively. Okay, conflicts of interest happen all the time. I don't know about you, Tamara, but like even me in my banking experience as an assistant, even at the assistant level, I had to sign conflict of interest forms, outside business activity forms. I had to prove that there was no conflict of interest in order for me to do my job effectively.
Yep.
So, you know, why aren't we demanding that from our MPs and our MLAs all the way down to the city level? That should be just standard, I would think, at this point.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Like, I don't even know how to even answer the question. Like, it's mind-boggling, to be very honest. Today was a really crazy day. I'm mind-boggled by what just happened.
So what did the police take your statement at all, considering you're a witness?
You know what's funny? They didn't give a crap about what I witnessed. They only cared about whose flag that was and who owned the truck. That's what didn't make sense to me. Is I said, like, are you actually going to ask me any more questions? They basically didn't ask me any more questions. They just said, who's the truck? Who owns the flag? Really? Okay, sure. What are you doing with this guy and where is he going? That's what I'd like to know. And they wouldn't tell me. Did they just put him in the car and drive him 20 minutes away where he could have come back and stabbed me? I don't know what these cops are up to. I'm sorry. It's been a weekend. It's been a weekend, I'll tell you. I don't know what they did with this guy. They arrested him. They said that he was under arrest. He tried to deny that he didn't have a knife, but the cop took the knife right from his hands. Like, hello. But that was it. The cops didn't really say much more to me.
Right. And, you know, you can't even see his face, right? He's got his mask on, and that's
all I saw was these two blue eyes. He had a hood on, he had like a toque on,
to drive right
and I
through
saw
Winnipeg,
these eyes,
don't I?
and they were like, I don't know, they were like big eyes. Like, I don't know what this guy was, if he was demonized by something, or if something brought him there, or once he was doing that the act of just doing that did something to him. Right. But I'm gonna tell you, I'll never forget those eyes.
So did it look like he was perhaps under some sort of influence, like narcotic?
Oh yeah, something. And then the cop had said to me when he came back, he said, you know, this person is a person of not very healthy or something. I said, so you meant to tell me he's got mental health issues? So you know this person? And he didn't add anything. I just said, but you know, like, he didn't really actually say that this guy had mental health issues. The way this cop described this guy, I looked at him, I was like, so you mean to tell me he has mental health issues? He's like, yeah, well, basically. I'm like, then why didn't you say that? Like, what are you beating around the bush for? It didn't make sense.
Okay, so did he have mental health issues and just decided to come and stab this American flag, or do you think it was Antifa related? Like,
well, I'm going to say it's Antifa. They've been watching us this whole time.
And they've been there before. We are targets for them. They get paid. We know how this story goes. It's just really unfortunate that they have to resort to violence like that, and they have to resort to these incredibly unsafe and illegal acts with weapons. You know, the car he used that day, that guy in Winnipeg, he used his car as a weapon, right? And now this knife. And what if, you know, who knows what would have happened after he started slicing the American flag? Like, what if somebody looked at him the wrong way, or rubbed him the wrong way, or was carrying a Canadian flag? You know,
right?
The things, like, you did the right thing. You got the police's the attention of the police. Raymond saw you. You were like, you know, SOS.
Yeah, I was losing it.
You know,
no, I was like,
exactly. That was the right thing to do. And, you know, obviously, tensions are so high in our country right now. It just boggles my mind that people are taking their freedoms for granted on a regular basis, and actually, you know, sitting at home and applauding the efforts of the police and their use of tear gas and smashing windows and things like that. And now
we've lots of them, eh?
Oh, you know, and people think that they have the right to come and destroy property, use weapons, mow them over. You know, we saw it in Ottawa as well with a couple of the truckers, and somebody came and just like tore his flag right off of his truck. You know, there's these other acts as well. So, you know, we just have to make sure and remember that, you know, we remain peaceful, but also to look out for danger, because it exists. It's there.
Yeah, you always have to be looking over your shoulder. You know, again, in this whole pandemic, I've worn a mask this entire time for 2 years. And, you know, I'm always looking over my shoulder because I'm always being screamed at by somebody.
That's
I'm
right.
gonna tell you, here in Manitoba, it's crazy about the masks. It's crazy.
Well, you know, some good news though out of Manitoba from Heather Stephenson, your premier. is that you guys are releasing some of the restrictions. You're getting rid of the, oh, why do you roll your eyes like that?
I don't believe these guys. Smoke and mirrors, Selena, smoke and mirrors.
Okay, but what's the date? What she did promise a date. So what's the date?
March 15th of March, the masks are no longer welcomed. And the vax, the vax pass,
Yes.
March 1st.
March 1st. Okay.
But my question is why would they just take the masks off 15 days ago? Why keep it for a month? Like, you got to make it make sense. And when it doesn't make sense, that's when I roll my eyes and go, yeah, whatever, you know?
Well, we asked this question to our viewers on our last live, 2 lives ago, and we said, why do you think that they're keeping these masks rolling? So, Tamara, why do you think that they aren't getting rid of the masks right away?
50% of my feelings is because people actually don't want to take them off. And I don't understand. People don't want to take their masks off. But if you don't want to take your mask off, that's your choice. But I don't want to put one on, so that should be my choice. The reason why they think they're trying to keep them here is because it's a form of some sort of control for them. If you are wearing a mask, that means you're obedient. If
Correct.
you're not wearing a mask, you're disobedient.
Correct.
And they love obedient people. That's what they strive for. Oh, those guys are wearing a mask. They don't give a shit about us. They don't care about our health. I'm sorry about the swear bombs there, but they don't give a shit about us. And that's the whole reality is they don't care if they're going to mask us or our children. They don't care. They don't care. It's control.
It is control. And Amanda said, it's so they can hide. And, I think there is a small portion of people too that want to be able to get away with things. And they do that with these masks. They're taking full advantage of that. It's scary. We need to be able to see people's faces, not just from, a health perspective, because it's, you need that communication. You need to be able to see the facial movement. It's been documented and it's been proven and scientifically proven. I've seen all the data on it. Okay. So, there's several reasons, but those two being the main ones. Control.
Yeah. Huge.
Ridiculous. Like, it's just.
Well, I have like plainclothes Samaritans asking me to show me my medical health information. The first thing I say to them is, do we live in Germany? Like, who are you to ask me my personal health information? This woman said to me at Dollarama the other day, oh, I'll wait for you to go get your note. I'll wait for you here. Excuse me? And then she had the audacity to call me outside. Do you want to go outside and talk about this? And I said, you know what? You better be careful what you wish for. Because they're getting brave. They are getting really brave. And I'm trying to keep my love and light. I'm trying to keep that love for everybody. But when you push people continuously, like I've told you, Selena, I've been harassed in this province for 2 years by humans.
Harassment. It is harassment. It's nobody's business. What you decide to put on your face is absolutely no one's business. It's your choice what you want to put on you decide that, right?
Yeah.
And so if they feel they have the right or the need to talk to you about that, it's harassment. And everywhere you go to, you're being subjected to that on a regular basis. It can get to you. It can really get to you. Yeah.
It does. And when it comes down to this whole pandemic, it doesn't matter how it's affected people. It's affected so many people in so many different ways.
And that's the truth. That's just the truth.
And yeah, it's just the truth. It's sad that the mental health rate, the mental health in people these days is awful. Everyone is struggling. I may not want to say this online. I'm going to say it anyways. I was down at the ledge yesterday. I'm going to tell you, I go first thing in the morning, every morning to reflect and feel at peace. I feel at peace there. It's funny when even Antifa's down there, I still feel at peace. Quick story. I had a lady just walk up to me. Hasn't been doing well in her mental health in the last 2 years. And I just happened to be down on the line at on the road, just seeing how it goes. And she came over to me and she confided in me. And she told me that for like the last 2 years, she's lost so much hope. She came down to the ledge and she saw the trucker convoy. She said she feels so much love and she has life back to her. It's amazing that trucks and truckers put life back into people. I have shivers talking about it right now. I'm blessed and so grateful to have met many of them down there, especially Ray Durand. that man was brought to me, but this girl came to me for a reason. I think we're all in this fight for a reason. We all have our spots. And if it's there to be there for someone else, she literally wanted to end her life just the other day. And I told her, don't ever do that. And if you need to do that, you call me. So if I can reach out to anybody today, if anybody tells you that they want to hurt themselves or harm themselves, please just be there for that person. That person's not crying out for help or for attention. They're really doing this for help. So if you ever have anybody that comes to you to do that, please just use the care gloves like I talked about the other day. Use them, love them. It's a time that we need to be there for everybody. So even me, I'm losing my shit, losing my marbles every day, but I can still be there for someone, you know. We got to do that. It's tough.
Yes, and honestly, I could not have said it any better. You have to be there for yourself first right now in these times so that you can be there for other people. And, is there anything that you could suggest to our viewers, Tamara, that helps you to stay focused, aligned, and, in a place where you can help other people?
If you believe, you believe. When I say that, I mean, there's signs everywhere. I randomly got introduced to a gentleman today, and I've never really been, a person of faith or God. But today, I was very much I guess, maybe informed about it. If anything that I can do is just hold the faith, hold the line, live one day at a time. And if you wake up that morning, you say, I'm going to win this day. Even if you don't, you just win that day.
Tammy says, I feel the same. I just don't want to be here anymore. I can't live in a world that is so hateful. I'm so lost and hopeless.
Please message me. And you reach out to me. You reach out to Selena. We are there for you. I'm going to tell everybody watching tonight, you come find me. You message me at any time. I'm going to be there for you. I promise you. I've been there. I've done that. I'm dealing with it. And I just want the whole world to know, hold the line, keep holding. Good things will come.
Stay strong, everybody. We are here for you in any way that we possibly can. This is going to be the most trying time in our lives. I would garner to say.
Well, with this act being put in tonight.
Yeah, it's these next couple of weeks, never mind months. We're not going to last 3 months under this emergency act. I'll tell you that right now. But
people will lose it.
Well, they already are, and that's the thing is that we're having to deal in real time with trauma as we're seeing it happen to people, as we're seeing it pushed on people, imposed on people, unconstitutionally, uncontrollably, like it's just being thrust upon us, whether we want it or not. And the fact that there are people who we trusted out there, our family, our friends who are with this mentality makes it that much more difficult. So not only are we dealing with trauma in real time, this is going to stick with us for a couple of years down the road.
A decade. This will sit along with people.
Being mentally strong is key, everyone. Not physical as well, yes, but mental, absolutely paramount to dealing with what's happening on a regular basis here in our Canada, in our world, what's happening to us, our livelihoods, our children. We're seeing it in real time. So mental strength, very important. So meditate, baths, go to the gym, like do what Tamara.
Eating clean food.
Yes.
Healthy food. They want us weak. They want us weak. They want us tired. You got to water, healthy food. Keep staying on top of that. If you feed your body good food, you feed your mind as well.
Take your vitamins. Reflection, as Tamara suggested, also very good. Just taking a moment to, sit in that space and just reflect and gather your thoughts again and, get back up on the horse and we go through another day with our love and our light and our strength for everybody. And just trying to be there for people when you can, like Tamara said. If you see someone or they've said something to you that helps you or indicates, that they need you, try and be there for them. That's all we can really do at this point.
Well, that's why I come on to social media every day and say, good morning, everybody. How you doing? Smile today because you're beautiful. Remember, T loves you. Doesn't matter if they hate me or they love me. I have love for everybody. And at that point, this is what we need. We need more people to continuously think that way. Love, 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 love. Let's feed us with love. We got to get rid of that hate, because the hate is very, very bad for everybody.
Yes.
And
I had a comment there. Sorry, it went by so fast. I did want to read it to you. I think it was from Shelley, and she said that her grandchildren live with her, and they ask her why she's crying all the time. She said, "My grandkids live with me, having a hard time explaining why I'm crying."
how do you explain it to the kids? The innocence of the world. It's so hard to explain what's happening in the world to our children, because some understand. Kids are smart and they know and they feel it. I don't know. I don't know what for her to say. It's so hard. I don't have kids, you guys, and I didn't have kids for a reason. I knew this stuff was coming a long time ago, but we won't even go there yet. But I just if she can take anything from this conversation, just if you got to scream, cry, tell them, be honest with them, because this is the world that they're going to live in. Just be honest to the best that you can for the age that they are. These are the kids that are going to grow up in this world.
Our junior freedom fighters is what I call junior patriots, or little
junior patriots. Like, I met this little itty bitty little girl on this Saturday when I was over at the ledge. Oh my God, she was the cutest little freedom fighter I ever did see. Oh, I love kids and everything. I don't ever want to bring any into the world. She would just be tall. Like, she was this little tall girl, like tiny. And I was like, she had a little flag on her back. And I was like, junior patriot. I was like, woo.
Well, one thing we did see a lot in Ottawa were kids standing on the sides of the road during the convoy with their parents, waving their flags, just as proud as they could be. Yeah. We heard from them on the what do you call that radio that the truckers use? I've already forgotten the name of it. The two-way radio.
Radio.
Yeah. So
CB
the kids,
radio.
the kids.
CB.
Yeah, the CB radio. The kids would come on. Thank you, truckers. And they would bake cookies and do little hearts, heart notes, give them to the truckers. I was crying like for 3 straight days. So I think crying is good, because what crying does, like, I'm not a psychologist here, but I know that, just from crying a lot, it's very therapeutic. It is not anything to be ashamed of. And it helps you to kind of shed the feeling that is suffocating you. And that's why you cry. You're like letting it go, talk about it, find a trusted source that you can talk to about your feelings, your thoughts, and then you move on. You move on, and that's it. So, there's a lot to cry about these days, Shelley, and there's nothing to be ashamed of there. Nothing at all. Tamara and I just might find ourselves crying here right away.
One love, my friends. One love, my friends. One love. It's crying is great. I've cried a lot today. Today has been a wild day. I can't believe it's 10 o'clock already. It's been so wild, but just leading with the love, leading with the hope.
It is a sad day. So we're going to try and, find something positive to focus on instead of something sad.
Well, we got good things coming still. Just because we're done in Ottawa doesn't mean we're done.
That's right. We're never.
That's what everyone keeps telling me. Hold that line, T. Hold that line. We got things coming down the line. So there's my hope.
Okay, that's a great thing to end this on. We're going to move into something a little bit more darker now. The World Economic Forum.
Well, good luck with that, guys.
Yeah, there were some really great comments for you. Lots of love in the comment section for Tamara.
I'll go back and read it. Come find me, guys.
Give Tamara lots of hearts, lots of thumbs up. Like and share this out, and we will talk to you very soon. Stay safe, my girl. Okay, stay safe.
One second. Remember, everybody, I want you to smile today, tomorrow, and every day. You know why? Because you're beautiful. T loves you. Have a good one, guys.
Aww. Oh, I just love her so much. I do. Cody, get your butt in here.
Okay, I'm here.
There's Cody, everyone. Yay. Cody, thank you so much for everything that you do for Freedom Central Canada. I don't think I thank you enough. I don't actually thank you ever.
It's okay. I know deep down. Yeah. I know deep down you feel it.
You're doing a great job too. We don't want to lose you in the spotlight. You contribute a lot to this as well. So thank you. Okay. Cody, is there anything that you would like to talk about before we dive into this World Economic Forum stuff?
Don't lose hope, you guys. There's so many comments, and I see you guys are meeting each other in the comment section that are super awesome. That is what this is for. I know there's people asking how you guys can reach us. This is our email. You can reach us. We use this email for donations, as well as content, videos, pictures, as well as messages you guys want to send to us. So this is the best way to reach out to us, is by email. And you guys are meeting each other, and it's super awesome. And that's what this is all about. I know there's a lot going on in Canada right now. It's super sad. And if you need somebody to talk to, you can always find somebody in our comment section, and they will be more than happy to reach out and talk to you. I mean, it's one big happy family here at Freedom Central Canada. And I know we're going through a lot right now, but we just got to keep our hopes and keep our energies up and just try and stay as positive as possible. So let's get right into the dark stuff, Selena.
But before we do, like, just a quick note on what you just talked about there, because Tamara mentioned it also, that there's places within each of our cities, groups of people now, we've all connected, through social media, and now we meet at certain locations. We do convoys, we do rallies, we help each other, we pump each other up, we're there for each other. That's going on all across Canada now, and we need to keep that going. Just in Edmonton alone, we had a fantastic convoy this Saturday. Cody, I know you did one up north and near PA where you live as well. We have this throne speech at the Alberta Legislature happening tomorrow, and the details will be posted up on our story tonight, and I will be there covering that for you guys tomorrow. But it's just, the point is, like, whenever we go, and maybe you guys have seen this on our lives, is we always run into people that we know, and it's hugs and it's smiles, and we joke, and we're like, hey, did you see this, that, and the other, or whatever. We share information, and then we go on our way, but it's just that interaction, that positive interaction with like-minded people in the community. That I think was what Tamara was speaking to, in terms of like how she feels really safe. Raymond was there for her today. He showed up. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's that kind of thing that we need to keep. We can't lose. We have to keep that going for sure.
It's a great community, and there's people that are going through a lot, and we're going through a lot too. I mean, how can you not? So just reach out to somebody, reach out to us. We do get a lot of messages, so please keep that in mind. But we do try our best. But if reach out to somebody in the comment section here. Make a new friend today. Maybe that'll be the goal. Maybe by the end of the stream, you have to make one new friend. Do you think we can do that?
Well, I would like to make a new friend. I'm just putting it out there. If anybody would like to be my friend, let me know in the comments. Okay. Are we ready to dive into this material? Do you guys ready for some investigative journalism?
Okay, where do you want to start? Should we start? We'll start with that.
Okay, let's dive in.
Letter here. Okay.
There's been a lot of talk in the news about this World Economic Forum. Klaus Schwab. Who's this guy? And why has he infiltrated and penetrated our Canadian government? What business does he have doing that? What is this thing that everyone keeps graduating from? Like, what are they teaching them there at the World Economic Forum School of Tyranny? How to be a dictator 101. Is that like the first course that they go through? I would just like to actually see the curriculum for graduating from this course or whatever it is, because at some point down the line, our government had to be aware that Justin Trudeau and half of his cabinet were participating in this. Is that fair to say, Cody?
Yep. They're all into this stuff. I don't know much about it, to be honest, because I try not get too into all that stuff. But you're gonna talk and teach me tonight, Selena. So I'm all ears. I'm super excited to learn about this, as well as everybody else watching.
Okay, well, that wasn't a specific question about the World Economic Forum. That question was just a general question that, if your prime minister is involved in something like this, it would need to be made aware to the government and to everyone in Canada. Like, it's not something that you can sort of kind of hide. Like, I'm involved in this nefarious organization and we plan to take over the world with, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just curious, like, from my perspective, anyone's, is what is the curriculum for this thing they keep saying they're graduating from? That's question number one. Okay, so let's pull up this Financial Post article. So I found this article. It was written by the Financial Post, so credible article. So basically it says, in a short 2017. Okay, so we're going back now, what, 5 years? That's 5 years. 2017 video clip on YouTube. I've got that clip as well for you guys. We're going to play it right after I read you this article, okay? So in a short 2017 video clip circulating on YouTube, Klaus Schwab, head of the World Economic Forum and the global promoter of the corporatist stakeholder capitalism, outlines how his subversive WEF movement has, to use in his own words, infiltrated, okay? We've heard this, infiltrated governments all over the world. He makes special note of Canada. Okay, that seems to be his baby, is Canada. I have to say, when I mention now names like Mrs. Angela Merkel and even Vladimir Putin and so on, they have all been young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. Okay, young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. Okay, what does that mean, Cody? Young global leaders. So does that mean like they started a long time ago? Like when they were like young like you, like 19 or 20?
That's what I would think. I would think they started, you know, as soon as they understood, you know, had the capability to kind of comprehend this stuff. Yeah, I would say about I'd say 16 to 20, in between there. That seems young to me to get into this stuff.
Interesting. Okay, now pull that particular page back up, because I want to read this as well, because he does mention this quite a bit too. I should speak like Klaus Schwab when I say this, because I've heard it so much. But what we are very proud of now is the young generation, like Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. We penetrate the cabinet. That's what he says every time. Every time I see him, we penetrate the cabinet. Penetrate. So yesterday, I was at a reception for Prime Minister Trudeau, and I know that half of his cabinet, okay, so Klaus Schwab is coming out and he is basically telling us that half of the cabinet, or even more than half of his cabinet, are actually young global leaders, okay? So what we've confirmed from the Financial Post article just right now is that Justin Trudeau is very heavily embedded in this World Economic Forum, okay? He is so embedded that half of his cabinet are exhibiting a very large conflict of interest. So every decision that they make is going to be probably, this is going to have some sort of influence over every decision that they make, right? Okay, so let's go to the second page of this article. So this one says that Schwab and the WEF had help in setting up their Canadian infiltration mission, including from Trudeau's former chief of staff. Look who it is, Gerald Butts. Okay, Gerald Butts is a participant in the WEF's Davos conferences and a leading backroom organizer of the Trudeau government's ideological gambits. Does anybody remember Pat bringing up Gerald Butts? Does anyone remember that at all? Pat did a live on Gerald Butts. And who can tell me what Gerald Butts did during the Freedom Convoy 2022 GoFundMe? Anyone? I should pull up that video from Pat. Pat knows Gerald Butts very well. He has a history of being a shit disturber, pardon the French. Butts stopped the GoFundMe. He was very instrumental in doing that. It goes on to say that when it comes to subversive plans to overthrow the free world economy, few are larger in scope than the WEF's global scheme to remake the world and install a new form of capitalism, or the fourth industrial revolution, as he says, based on the recruitment of corporate leaders in the role of government. I mean, it's kind of smart if you think about it. If you really wanted to take over the world, you got to go top down, right? Yeah. And who better to brainwash than Justin Trudeau, who doesn't think with his brain? I mean, that was the easiest target, in my opinion. No offense, Trudeau. It says here that the World Economic Forum's infiltration of Ottawa has never been a secret. Cody, like, I'm kind of just, have I really been in the dark this whole time? Like, I've not known about this infiltration until just recently. How about you?
I didn't know about it. It was only about 8 months ago that people were starting to talk about the Agenda 2030, the World Economic Forum, where it really started to come out. And I learned from Mark Friesen here in Saskatchewan. He was really pushing against that and always talking about it. So that's who I learned it from. So if it wasn't for Mark, I wouldn't have a clue. And now it's really out there and people are really talking about it. So
Well,
when they
we
say it's
definitely
been around for a
need to
long
start
time, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. We definitely need to start talking about it more.
Yeah.
It's nothing that isn't already online. So Cody and I, what we're going to do is just help you, guide you through the information, because it's all over, and help you navigate through it so that you guys can have a good understanding. Yes, everyone's known for years. Okay, well, that's great. I'm glad that you are aware, at least aware. But what this article is saying is that basically now the World Economic Forum is the basis for which all liberal decisions are steered. Okay, it is basically the steering mechanism that guides all the decisions and policies. So, you know, it just would have been nice for there to be some serious transparency over what exactly is the agenda for the World Economic Forum. What are their policies? What guides them? And because we're now just finding out that it covers, you know, this massive policy territory, from climate to COVID to emergency acts to how we deal with Canadian citizens, freedoms, Charter of Rights. Like, all of these things kind of seem to fall under this, you know, authoritarian and subversive decision and policy making. So, you know, it just would have been nice to have a heads up. Hey, we're moving into authoritarianism, and this is what we're using, you know, and we're starting today. Here's the go button. We're starting it right now. So that's where we're at. So let's take a look at this YouTube clip that the Financial Post referred to, because it's very interesting.
That's the blue one, or the one of
the two gentlemen with the ties. Yeah, one is Klaus Schwab.
Young leaders is part of the World Economic Forum since many years. And I have to say, when I mention our names like Mrs. Merkel, even Vladimir Putin and so on, they all have been young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. But what we are very proud of now is the young generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, President of Argentina, and so on, is that we penetrate the cabinets. So yesterday I was at a reception for Prime Minister Trudeau, and I know that half of this cabinet, or even more, half of this cabinet, are for our actually young global leaders of the World Economic Forum.
And that's true in Argentina too. Wow. Yeah. Sorry. That's true in Argentina as well.
It's true in Argentina, and it's true in France now. I'm a vice-president with a young global leader, but what is important for me is those young global leaders have an opportunity to come here. And we have established a course now since several years. And I think this cooperation has a tremendous impact, because being here for a week really creates a strong community. And we, in addition to the young global leaders, we have now the global shapers in 450 cities around the world. I just wonder, is there any...
Okay. So they have penetrated 450 cities across the world. This is concerning. Does this concern anybody else? Is anyone else concerned? Oh, I'm so concerned.
a little bit.
Time out. Time out. Hey, Cody. Woo! Yeah, just like, it's just kind of also concerning that the leader of this, or the president, is he the president of the World Economic Forum? I don't know what his title is actually. What are his credibility? We're like, who the hell is this guy, you know, penetrating all these cabinets? And why does he sound like a German Nazi? Like, I just can't